Hello, dear viewers. Support me by subscribing to my channel and share my video if you like it. And also, make sure you comment your thoughts. Now let's start the video.
The shortest human Z-fighter held the Kaiozenkan as long as he could, right up until his body could no longer stand the pain and started to break down. His bones began to snap and multiple blood vessels started to pop across the surface of his skin. Letting go of the Kaiozenkan, Krillin fell backward into the sand before saying, "I could only maintain it for 10 minutes this time, 2 minutes longer than before. There's no better experience than first-hand experience." Krillin then used his Kai to swallow a sensu bean. His body inflated for a second while all the damage vanished. "If I were a Saiyan, I would have gotten a Zenkai boost from this," Krillin said, as he jumped back up. He was about to begin training to control 100 times Kaiozenkan when he suddenly noticed that the disturbances he made in the ocean, all water he pushed back from punching and firing Kamiyamazes into outer space, rushed back and pulled 2 kelp-covered summons to the island's shore. Krillin immediately flew over and lifted the 2 floating bodies out of the water. As he landed back on the island, Krillin could help but notice how beautiful and handsome his rescues were. Shaking off his infatuated expression, Krillin placed them on the ground and checked their pulse. "Odd, I can't sense any ki coming from them, but they are still alive without having ki. I clearly hear them breathing." Krillin scratched his head. "How did you 2 get all the way out here?" He fed them a senzu bean using his ki to force them to swallow it. However, not even Krillin could imagine the amazing series of transformations that began to transpire inside their bodies. From their augmented cellular structure, the bioorganic reactor torn out from their bodies started to repair itself. Like it was filling in a missing blueprint, the infinite energy reactor not only repaired itself, but the senzu bean's regeneration created a second reactor where the bombs were supposed to be. The 2 opened their eyes at the same time and jumped up. "Whoa, easy there," Krillin said, still placing his hands up. "I found you 2 floating in the ocean. How did you end up out here?" Lazuli looked over to her brother and gave him a hug. "I thought you were dead." Lapis scratched his head. "How? I know that he stole the air from our bodies. I thought we were going to die. We should have died." Krillin looked a little jealous of how close the 2 seemed and coughed before saying, "I healed you 2 with a senzu bean. Whatever damage you received, regardless of how severe the wound, as long as you still have a breath of life in you, the senzu bean will bring you back to full health." The 2 were surprised by this. Their eyes widened while Lazuli stood up and walked towards Krillin and said, "You saved us?" Krillin crossed his arms and nodded his head with a cheerful smile. "That's right." Lazuli then leaned her head in and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, cutie." Krillin's face turned bright red. "WWWW. Why? Why would you do that? Isn't your boyfriend right here?" Lazuli frowned as she crossed her arms and said, "He's my twin brother." Krillin paused. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely happy at the moment. I'm sorry, I misread the situation." Lapis walked up to Krillin and asked, "Why did you save us? We're complete strangers to you. And why would you waste such a precious medicine on us?" Krillin showed a confused expression and then one like he was trying to think real hard. He then let out a sigh before saying, "Do you really need a reason to help someone in need? I don't know you or your stories, but I didn't sense any malicious intent coming from either of you, so it's better just to do the right thing." The 2 blinked at him with wide eyes. Lapis then started to laugh. "What if we were murderers or bandits?" Krillin grinned and said, "I may not look it, but I'm a martial artist and a pretty strong one at that." "Martial arts?" Lazuli said, lifting a brow. "Krillin, what's with all the commotion out here?" Master Roshi popped his head outside to see the 2 guests on his island. At first he was surprised because he couldn't sense their ki, but then all of his logical thinking went out the window once he saw Lazuli. "What a pretty lady! Krillin, why didn't you let them inside?" Master Roshi looked over Lazuli with lustful eyes hidden behind his glasses. Krillin sighed. "I beg you to forgive his attitude. He's a pervy old man, but he is a martial arts genius and has a heart of gold." "My heart is pink, you moron," Roshi shouted as he walked back inside. The two androids, or rather cyborgs, had never been treated so kindly in their entire lives, and they were at a bit of a loss for what to do. Krillin then invited them in to eat breakfast. He asked where they came from, but they stayed silent. "It's okay if you don't want to talk right now." Krillin sat down and joined them to eat. "My name is Krillin," he then paused before asking, "What are your names?" No, my name is Lazuli, and this is my brother Lapis." Krillin smiled and held out his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you too." For the next few days, Krillin continued to unknowingly deepen his friendship with the androids, the cyborgs that were supposed to be the scourge of humanity. However, in this timeline, it appeared as if they had taken a different path. Since they had nowhere to go, they were allowed to stay at Kamine Island and were given a home, something they never had before. As the two rested in a shared room, Lapis was staring at the roof from the floor and said, "Hey sis, what do we do with ourselves now?" Lazuli rolled over on the bed and said, "Whatever we want." That android didn't just absorb the bombs, but all the mental restrictions and fail-safes that Bastard put in us are gone as well. We're free now, we can do whatever we want. "I'm thinking about being a park ranger," Lapis announced. "A park ranger?" Lazuli lifted a brow. "Yay, you know, the ones that protect monster species," Lapis said, pulling the blankets up. "You always did like collecting weird things when we were kids, but monsters are living beings too, and not all of them are violent," Lazuli said as she recalled her childhood memories at their orphanage. Poking the eye of a squid slime was a good pastime. Without Jero's equipment interfering with their minds, they had recovered what little memories they had. They were vague at best, and the only good times they had were with each other, but it was better than nothing. "What about you, Lazuli? What do you want to do?" Lapis questioned. "I don't know yet." Lazuli replied softly as she stared out the window, thinking that the moon reminded her of Krillin's bald head. Back on planet Salada's training grounds, Vegeta and Goku were in the middle of fighting in their base forms when Trunks and Goten showed up, shouting, "Check it out, Dad!" The two powered up, revealing that they had mastered SS1 and SS2 before transforming into Super Saiyan 3s. Vegeta and Goku smiled and applauded them. The two little Saiyans looked at each other and jumped at their fathers. Goku and Vegeta smiled as they rose their open palms and blocked their children's fists. The two were blown back. Goten and Trunks had been training as hard as they could and managed to raise their power levels to around 500 million in their base forms, giving them a power level of 200 billion in their Super Saiyan 3 forms. Vegeta and Goku transformed into Super Saiyans and started to dodge everything Goten and Trunks threw at them. Goku and Vegeta had continued to train as hard as they could in their base forms and managed to bring their power levels from 4.6 billion up to 5 billion. In their regular mastered Super Saiyan form, the two boasted a power level of 3075 billion. The two little 5-year-old Saiyans continued to attack with everything they had. However, no matter how hard they tried, Goten and Trunks couldn't land a single punch on their fathers. The two jumped back and Goten shouted, "Let's do our special technique, Trunks!" Trunks nodded his head and the two started to power up. Trunks used his newly created technique, the burning Gallic gun, while Goten used his new technique, the spiral Kamehameha. The two attacks inflated their kitty by 2.5 times, giving their attacks a power level of 450 billion. Once the blasts merged, the threat level shot up to 900 billion. Vegeta and Goku grinned. They transformed into mastered Super Saiyan 3s and flicked the blast apart with air force created by their action. With a power level of 5 trillion, the boys didn't stand a chance. The two powered down and shouted, "So what did you think? You made your own version of the Gallic gun. I'm impressed." Vegeta patted his son on the head and ruffled up his hair. Trunks blushed and ran his finger across the tip of his nose and said, "Nah, it wasn't much." Goku picked Goten up and said, "That was amazing. You added rotation into the Kamehameha. How'd you think of that?" "I got the idea from watching Uncle Piccolo's special beam cannon. I still have a lot to work on," Goten replied. Vegeta and Goku praised their children when a 2-year-old Bra appeared horizon. The 2-year-old was flying through the air while shouting, "Papa." As she glomped herself to her father's side, Vegeta hugged his daughter and said, "If it isn't my little princess, How are you doing, Bola? Goten then scratched his head and said, You know what? If Vegeta is the king of planet Salada and my grandpa is the Ox King, doesn't that make us princes too? Vegeta paused. Goku tilted his head towards Vegeta and with a shit-eating grin on his face said, I guess you have to call me Prince Goku. Vegeta was struggling internally. That son of Tuchia Turibot. I completely forgot about that. Vegeta let out a sigh of defeat before he laughed and said, I guess it does, Prince Kakarot. Goku huffed at not being able to make Vegeta call him Goku. He then turned to Bulla and asked, What are you doing here? Mum says that the androids are supposed to arrive today, Bulla answered. Where is your mother? Vegeta asked and nuzzled his cheek against hers. Talking with Grandma and Grandpa, Bulla responded while enjoying Vegeta's affection. They were about to leave when everyone felt Gohan's power suddenly surge wildly in a blaze of golden flame. His hair returned to base form, but remained golden. His eyes contained a raging flame with deep and dark black pupils. With one final shout, Gohan revealed he had broken through to Super Saiyan 4. However, he didn't stop there. Gohan looked to the moon and began transforming into a golden Uzaru. The Saiyan boy roared at the moons floating above him, his power swelling for every second that passed. Thanks to Goku teaching him how to control this form from a young age, Gohan obviously was able to conquer the savagery of the Uzaru form. As his body started to deflate and compress into his primordial Super Saiyan form, Gohan recovered his mind as he reappeared as the fourth Saiyan to reach this form. Bardock, who was coaching Gohan, smiled as he stood across from the boy in his mastered primal Super Saiyan form and said, How do you feel, Gohan? Gohan looked at his miniaturized primordial physique and laughed. This power is amazing and so easy to maintain too. Gohan had worked tirelessly in order to achieve this form. Anytime he was given homework, he used the training grounds to finish an entire year's worth of studying less than a single day. After finishing his work, he focused on training with his family and perfecting his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Only when he broke through did Bardock permit him to become a golden Uzaru. Gohan's current base power level was 4 billion, giving him a power level of 800 trillion as a primal Super Saiyan. Bardock's base had risen up to 4.7 billion. His Super Saiyan 4 modifier was at 700, making his primal Super Saiyan power level 1.7625 quadrillion. Gohan powered down, then thanked his grandfather with a hug before running over to his father and shouting, Did you see that, Dad? Goku nodded his head and gave Gohan a hug while lifting him up. I'm so proud of you, son. Gohan laughed before Vegeta gave his congratulations as well. You are the pride of the Saiyan race. The youngest to reach Super Saiyan 4, and you achieved Primal Super Saiyan without any issues. However, the exciting Trunks and Goten buzzed around him and said, Just wait until we achieve that form as well. You still have to reach Super Saiyan 4 before you attempt to access this form. Gohan laughed as he played the stronger older brother part well. After leaving the training grounds, Gardner plucked Trunks up and started kissing him on the cheek. Hi, Grandma, Trunks laughed as he hugged her back. How's my grandson doing today? Vegeta Sr. shouted with a joyful expression on his face. Goten and me mastered Super Saiyan 2. Trunks laughed. Goten and I, dear, Gardner corrected with a stern look. Sorry, Goten and I mastered Super Saiyan 2. We're going to work on reaching 3 the next time we go in. Trunks corrected his earlier statement. I'm so proud of you, Vegeta Sr. laughed. All right, we should head back to Earth, Vegeta commented. Hush, son, let me spend some time with my grandbabies, Gardner said before she scooped up Bulla as well. Vegeta shook his head while Goku laughed and said, You know what? I'm going to go hang with some of Dad's old squad mates. We'll catch up in a bit. My prince, Bardock scratched his head. Vegeta rolled his eyes and replied with a snarky tone, Yeah, I gave the throne back to Dad, so I'm technically a prince. The two flew off with Goten and spent some time on planet Salada, chilling with the other Saiyans and showing off their skills. After some time with the family and Vegeta trying to stop his parents from completely spoiling Trunks, everyone headed back to Earth with a single linked instant transmission. All the Zeti fighters ended up at the edge of West City. Vegeta even recognized the rock formation from the show. There they waited according to Trunks' information. If he was right, then the androids would attack the city in a mere hour from now. Vegeta told the rest to scout out the city and to raise their ki once they located the androids. The Zet fighters all agreed and turned into blurs made by their intense speed as they split up patrolling over different sections of the city. After a few hours of searching, Krillin noticed a strange round man with pale white skin and a red ribbon logo on his chest. Walking next to him was a youthful-looking man with long white hair, pale white skin and yellow eyes. He was also wearing the same uniform as the round one. Krillin immediately spiked up his ki and notified everyone of his discovery. Vegeta and Goku were the first to arrive. Using their instant transmission, they appeared beside Krillin and looked where Krillin was pointing towards. When Vegeta arrived alongside the rest of the Z fighters, he was surprised to see a much younger-looking Dr. Gero and a fat Android 19 that looked like the Android 1900 from Dragon Ball Online. Odd, is this the only change to be made by my interference? If this is all, then I really will be disappointed. Hopefully Cell will provide better entertainment, Vegeta thought, casting a spell as he flicked his finger at them. Vegeta tried casting his zoom spell when all of a sudden his spell shattered as if it ran into a solid wall. A massive and diffusive reaction occurred when Vegeta's mana crashed onto their skin. He was met with heavy interference and stalwart resistance. Whatever they were made of gave them a very high level of magic immunity. Vegeta grinned and said, "Maybe this won't be so bad." Landing down next to them, Gero spotted his rival and grinned, "Ah, Son Goku. We have been looking for you for some time now. So good of you to arrive in person. Any longer, and I would have started to blow this town to smithereens." Goku frowned. "So you must be the androids." Goku looked around at the people staring at them in wonder. After all, they all flew down from the sky. "How do you know?" However, before he could continue, Goku held his hand up, interrupting the cyborg in disguise. "I understand you want revenge for the Red Ribbon Army, but not here. If you want to fight, we'll pick a deserted location," Goku demanded before flew up and started to head for the ocean. Vegeta grunted and followed after along with the rest of the Z fighters. Dr. Gero didn't mind in the least if Goku changed his location. After all, he was getting what he wanted, to kill Goku. He and Android 19 flew across the sky, following the Z fighters until they ended up in the middle of a barren wasteland of stone and dirt. "This place is as good as any." Goku landed on the ground alongside the rest. Dr. Gero then smiled as he said, "Android Super 19, destroy Son Goku." Android 19 walked forward and smiled. "Target confirmed, commencing assault protocols." Dr. Gero chuckled and said, "If you want to survive, you best use that Super Saiyan 3 transformation that you used when you fought that purple and pink alien." Everyone frowned when they heard Dr. Gero mention the Super Saiyan transformation. Goku smiled and said, "I don't think that's going to be necessary." Goku transformed into a basic mastered Super Saiyan and smiled. "We've been training for your arrival. We're much stronger than we used to be." Vegeta walked up beside Goku and transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. "I got the thin one," Vegeta said, as he cracked his knuckles. Error, presumed power readings are fair below current results, with a difference of 500% greater, altering strategy. Android Super 19 raised his arms and charged towards Goku. "Don't let him grab you, Kakarot. Those objects in his hand absorb energy. Use melee only." Vegeta charged at Dr. Gero, who had a look of surprise on his face. "Vegeta saw through my absorption pads." "How?" Goku dodged Super Android 19 with ease. It wasn't even a proper match, especially since Goku noticed how often the android reached out with open palms and grabs. Vegeta, on the other hand, was surprised to see how strong Dr. Gero's new body was. Dr. Gero was able to keep up with his Super Saiyan form with ease. Vegeta punched and kicked up a storm, only for Gero to dodge every one of them. Instead of getting pissed off, Vegeta's Saiyan blood began to boil. Yes, this is what I hoped for. A challenge. Don't disappoint me now, android man. Vegeta offered his arm, and because Gero was no fighter, he didn't know it was bait. Like a predictable rookie, he fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. As soon as he reached out, grab in order to absorb Vegeta's ki, Vegeta smirked and swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 for a split second. At that moment, his fingers balled up into a fist before it shot out past his target's defenses. Dr. Gero felt intense pain coming from the depths of his bowels. Why did I install pain receptors, he thought, as Vegeta's fist stretched out his gut like it was made of rubber. Vegeta took a step forward, twisted his fist before he swung in an arc. Gero's body reeled back violently and his arms snapped outward, while his body turned into a rocket that went flying into the distance. The force from Vegeta's attack sent the android flying into a nearby pillar of rocks at supersonic speeds. A series of loud and successive explosions were heard for miles as Gero went through 10 different rock pillars. Massive eruptions of debris and dust hailed down from the sky while a plume of smoke rose up. The group was quiet. Vegeta smirked and watched as Goku had grabbed the stunned android's arms and started to tear on them in a similar fashion. Vegeta did to the original timeline. Goku's feet stomped into Super Android 19 and with a simple pull, yanked his arms off. Sorry, but I can't have you destroying my planet, but thanks for the fun fight. Goku powered up a Kamehameha and blasted the remains of Super 19 into dust. Vegeta clapped. Well done, Kakarot. Now for the other one. Dr. Gero's eyes widened. How is this possible? He then clicked his teeth and looked back at Vegeta before letting his eyes drift across the rest of the Z fighters. Quickly dashed over to who he thought was the weakest of the group, Gero attempted to attack Krillin from behind and take him hostage. Krillin's eyes widened as he suddenly rolled forward, narrowly avoiding Dr. Gero's grasp. He powered up with a Kaiozenkan times 50 and kicked Gero's face into the ground. Thought I was the weak link, didn't you, robot man? Krillin chuckled as he stared down at the weakened cyborg. Gero jumped back and shouted, "Damn you!" as he tried to grab Krillin again. Well, you're wrong, Krillin said while he sidestepped the attack and landed a solid punch against Dr. Gero's waist, sending him flying back into another rock formation. I'm actually the strongest human on this planet, Krillin blew the dust off his knuckles. I'd like to contest to that, Tien Shinhan raised all 3 brows. You want a piece of this? And are you even human? Aren't you like part god or something? Krillin bravely mocked. The two smirked and laughed before Vegeta landed next to Krillin. Vegeta chuckled as he powered down and said, Well done, human. That technique is equal to a Super Saiyan 2 power-up. Krillin rubbed his nose and laughed. I've been working on this technique to catch up with Goku. Goku smiled. I haven't fought you in a long time. It will be fun. Dr. Gero quickly caused an explosion with a rage-fueled yell, I will kill you all. I heard that line before. Vegeta chuckled as Gero screamed in anger. Dr. Gero then jumped at the crowd and threw out a strange grenade. A blinding flash of light went off that was similar to a full-powered solar flare. Everyone covered their eyes while feeling the blinding sensation that nearly scorched their retinas. Oh, so that's what getting hit with the solar flare feels like. Vegeta groaned as he tried to shake it off. When they opened them, Dr. Gero had gone. He ran, Gohan shouted. We can't sense his ki, Piccolo growled. Vegeta tilted his head and said, Fan out, he couldn't have gotten far. Everyone scattered off in different directions and began searching for the runaway doctor. After a few minutes of searching, the Z-fighters sensed Bulma flying over with future Trunks behind her. Vegeta smiled and flew over to meet them. Vegeta, Bulma shouted before jumping into his arms. Vegeta hugged her back and looked over to his future timeline son and said, It's good to see you. What brings you back? Someone stole the time machine in my timeline. I figured that I might as well help you kill the androids while I'm here as well, Trunks replied. Vegeta smiled and pointed back to the pile of ash. That fatso and the white-haired guy aren't much trouble. I'll admit that Android Super 19 was as strong as our base Super Saiyan forms, but Super Saiyan 2 seems to be out of their reach. White-haired guy, fatso, Super Android 19. Trunks' eyes widened. Those don't sound like 17 or 18 at all. What's going on? Trunks shouted as the rest of the Zeta fighters arrived. He then explained that the androids they were fighting weren't the same ones in his future. In fact, even Android 19 and Dr. Gero seemed a bit too powerful. Energy absorption? You're telling me they can absorb our ki? This is bad, really bad. Trunks started to stress out. Calm down, moron. Vegeta slapped the back of Trunks' head. I assume you know who created the androids, right? Trunks shook his head and relaxed. Actually, yes, we did some investigating in my timeline and discovered the location of Dr. Gero's lab. After you used the Dragon Balls, we realized that Gero must have been resurrected by the Whis as well, and we were right. After killing him and destroying his base, we discovered a bunch of new blueprints in a hidden basement. We also found a remote that can disable the androids. However, our timelines are so different, I'm not sure if the information is any good. Well, what are you waiting for? Vegeta said, slapping his hand against Trunks' shoulder. Lead the way, Goku shouted, excited that these other androids might be able to offer them a fight. Trunks nodded his head and started to fly off towards Gero's lab. Along the way, Gero, who was stealthily making his way back, noticed them flying above. The Brain-in-a-Bot quickly dashed for cover, tucking his body behind a large stone pillar while he hid and observed them. Where are they headed? Wait, they're headed towards my lab. Dr. Gero started to worry. Damn it, why do they know so much? In Gero's desperation, he quickly started to pick up the pace. Gero had risked revealing himself several times before he managed to reach his lab, but thanks to his advanced computation power, he accomplished his task without notifying the Z fighters. When he reached his lab, Dr. Gero immediately activated Android 0, Android 2 and 3. Dr. Gero was designated as Android 1. 2 and 3 came after and were much more advanced. 1 was in the shape of a young maiden that resembled Dr. Gero's wife. Similar to Android 21, she had a very curvaceous figure, long bushy auburn hair, blue eyes, and was approximately 5 feet and 7 inches tall. She wore a gold ring on her left middle finger, a pair of golden hoop earrings. A large white doctor's coat was worn over with a sleeveless blue and red short dress. Beneath it was a pair of black stockings, and around her arms were thin black arm sleeves. Around Android 2's feet were a pair of blue and red heel boots that gave another 2 inches to her height. The next to stand up was a tall man with wild and long black hair. On his face was a cross-shaped scar. His eyes were pitch black. He stood at 5 feet, 11 inches tall, and his body was shaped with a fighter-type build only long-standing martial artists could achieve. Android 3 was originally the long-lost Yamcha. After losing touch with the group when Vegeta first arrived, Yamcha decided to return to the desert. Unfortunately, this ended up spelling his doom. Dr. Gero eventually came across him when he was alone and out of the public eye. Since Gero was in need of experimental subjects, he decided, because of Yamcha's high ki levels, the once desert bandit was perfect to use in an experiment. Dr. Gero soon discovered the results of this experiment were fascinating, to say the least. Other than Android 0, Yamcha was his strongest creation yet, only slightly stronger than Android 2, which was still thousands of times stronger than himself. The only advantage Gero gave himself over the rest was the ability to absorb energy, the same perfected one that absorbed through the skin rather than the pads on 19's hands. In time, Gero might have been able to grow stronger than even his greatest creation in the basement. Android 0 was made to absorb all of his previous creations. All of his old projects were updated to the best of his current ability before being absorbed into Zero's body, making him the only true android. While he and the remaining cyborgs were human in origin, Android 2 and 3 had their cells altered on a physiological scale, giving them cells from the most powerful warriors on Earth. Other than human cells, Android 2 was given Frost Demon's genetics that gave her incredible potential for ki growth, Saiyan transformation genetics, and Namien's genetics for regeneration. While Yamcha was given a fusion of Saiyan Zenkai genetics traits, Frost Demon ki growth, and the Namekian regeneration factor, along with brand new infinite energy reactors. As a bonus, the two cyborgs also sported bombs that could destroy the entire solar system. Jiro woke them up and shouted, "Son Goku and his friends are headed here. Time to go to battle." Android 2 shook her head. What about Cell? He's not done yet, and he still has to absorb Android 0. Gero snapped back at the doll he turned his wife into. "What about this guy?" Yamcha said, looking at a pod labeled S16. "I thought you got rid of all your old projects." "Damn it, Android 3. Don't touch him. He's too broken to absorb." Dr. Jiro shouted. Yamcha smiled and made his move. He grabbed Jiro's arm and twisted to inspect the microscopic absorption device built into the pores in his hand. "This is new. Why didn't we get one of these?" "What are you doing? Let go of me at once. Android 3. Gero yelled at Yamcha while trying to pull back his arm. Yamcha smiled and raised his hand before saying simply, "No. Android 2, assist me." Gero ordered, "Yeah, no. And I'm a cyborg, how do you not get that?" Cyborg 2 responded. Gero growled in his head before thinking, "I should have known that Android 2 and Android 3 are still too unstable to use." Gero quickly tried to command Android 0 to help. However, the moment he screamed his name, Yamcha chopped out and smashed Gero's face into pieces. "Ah, freedom," Yamcha said as he dusted his hands off. He then looked to Android 0 and Android 2, so what next? A large explosion went off near the entrance of the cave lab. Vegeta stood at the front of the group and said, "Now, can these androids give me a worthy challenge?" As the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised to see Yamcha standing over Dr. Gero's corpse. "Yamcha? What are you doing here?" Goku shouted. "Yamcha, was that my name?" Yamcha scratched his head in confusion. He looked at them like they were total strangers and said, "Okay, so which one of you is Son Goku?" Vegeta grunted. He looked around the room and frowned. "I didn't like Yamcha, but even I wouldn't wish this on the guy." Looking at Yamcha with a bit of disdain, Vegeta sighed. "So Gero turned you into an android?" Yamcha looked at Vegeta and said, "Sorry, you must be King Vegeta. You're on our kill list as well, but since Goku has higher priority, I'm going to have to ask you to wait." Vegeta's eyebrow twitched. "You keep saying you're going to kill Goku. I think it's time for you to take a nap. I'll have Bulma remove any of Gero's programming." "That's very nice of you, Vegeta, but you're way outmatched," Yamcha said with a grin. Vegeta pulled out his special scouter and said, "I wonder by just how much." "A scouter won't work on me either," Yamcha chuckled. "Unlike regular scouters, this one made from a wish I made. It can read the energy of anything and put it into a numerical value format. It even shows their names and age." "No. Let's find out if it works on cyborgs." After clicking on it, Vegeta frowned. Yamcha's power level was an astonishing 450 trillion, and it was still rising slowly. A side effect of the multiple infinite energy reactors inside his body is that these cyborgs never stop growing. Android 2, true name Jade Gero. Power level 800. Android 0. Power level 992 trillion. Vegeta gulped while thinking, "Well, that's not good." Vegeta didn't wait to power up to Super Saiyan 4, multiplying his power level of 5 billion by 8,000 times. He then told Goku, "Don't hold back Kakarot. Beating them won't be easy." "But it's Yamcha." Goku looked pale. Vegeta then entered, used his Kokoroken times 10 and charged at them, confident that he could at least knock Yamcha out. Unfortunately, the androids had a secret transformation of their own, or more precisely, a mode. "The Theos X mode," Yamcha shouted as the room filled up with a golden aura. His power level had multiplied by 1,000, giving the android Yamcha a power level of 98 quadrillion. The entire Earth shook. Vegeta knew he was in trouble. Even using Kokoroken at max as a Super Saiyan 4 would only give him a power level of 4 quadrillion. Even if Vegeta transformed into a primal Super Saiyan, boosting his base power level by 400,000 and using a Kokoroken times 100, at most his power level would reach 200 quadrillion. The only alterations to the cyborgs' forms were that their eyes had turned golden. No other significant change was made to their appearance. However, their power was so strong it was shaking the entire earth. Vegeta didn't have time to move before his face was smashed through the wall by Yamcha's fist. Vegeta almost blacked out. It felt like his skull was trying to escape his skin. It wasn't until he felt his neck breaking that Vegeta quickly cast a full heal on himself, saving himself from death's cold clutches. Using a zoom spell on his party, only future Trunks stayed behind with Vegeta. "Father, are you okay?" Trunks asked with worry. Vegeta nodded his head and felt that single blow almost killed him, and gave him a decent Zenkai boost. He had gained an additional 2.5 billion to his base, giving him a total of 60 trillion in Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta powered up to Primal Super Saiyan and used Kuroko Ken, times 100, giving him a power level of 300 quadrillion. Vegeta charged his opponent and used all his strength to combat his foe. A series of lightning-fast jabs followed by a dozen kicks that could destroy entire planets. Yamcha easily dodged the moves and watched as the attacks destroyed the surrounding terrain. Yamcha then yawned, teasing the prince before he punched him in the gut. Vegeta's eyes widened as he coughed up a lung. He then felt Yamcha punch him square in the jaw and sent tumbling across the ground. Galikame, Yamcha, stopped him and appeared behind the Saiyan with a fierce sidekick to his stomach. Vegeta groaned in pain as he saw Yamcha take the stance of the Kamehameha. However, using his instant transmission, Vegeta appeared in front of him and unleashed a wild barrage of martial arts. Every hit seemed to do a bit of damage, but Yamcha just grinned as he grabbed Vegeta's hands and headbutt him before kicking him in the stomach, launching the Saiyan high into the sky. "I will not be made a fool by Yamcha," Vegeta roared as he stuck his hands together and charged up his newly improved Final Flash. "Father, have you lost your mind?" Future Trunks shouted in worry. He's building up a lot of ki. That's an impressive move," Yamcha commented as he noticed his own power level breaking through the quintillion level. However, despite his power-up, Vegeta's ki continued to raise beyond his limit. When it broke through the quintillion barrier, he growled before shouting, "Final." "Father, stop! You'll destroy the planet," Future Trunks shouted. He was about to transform and interfere, but Vegeta teleported right behind Yamcha and released his blast, shouting, "Flash!" The blast surged across the surface of the planet and shot out into the space. However, a single perfect barrier was capable of tanking the entire blast. "Damn!" Vegeta growled as Yamcha gave the victory pose. "You know, the longer we fight, the quicker I grow," Yamcha declared as he appeared behind Vegeta, elbowed him on the shoulder. Vegeta cried out in pain as he felt his bones snap and his body rapidly descending to the ground below. As he crashed through the ground, he healed his wounds and looked at Yamcha with a hint of worry. Being a far cry from their opponent's power, Vegeta looked at Trunks and said, "Have you managed to reach Super Saiyan 4 or transform into a Primal Super Saiyan yet?" Trunks gave his father an ashamed look as he said, "No, I've just started to master Super Saiyan 3. "Then use your Super Saiyan God form already." Trunks nodded his head and transformed. His body thinned down and his hair red as he charged up a blast and shouted, "Burning Flash!" A supermassive red and yellow kitty laser shot it off towards the androids. Vegeta joined him by using a full-powered Super Gallic Kamehameha that boosted his attack by another 3.5 times, while Vegeta was putting out around 1.05 quintillion points of ki. Trunks put in an unimaginable amount of God ki into his Burning Flash. The two attacks grew closer before fusing together. The Mega Beam detonated on contact, creating an explosion so large that it could be seen from the farthest reaches of their solar system. Large chunks of the Earth fell from the atmosphere and crashed into the ground like meteors. A billow of smoke and debris fell around them while a massive crater, larger than any hole in the planet, had formed in front of the Zes fighters. After waiting for the smoke to clear, the two Saiyans frowned to see Android Zero hovering over the lab with a barrier over the entire mountain range. Their strongest attack couldn't make this Android Zero budge. Even now, when he checked its power level, it had jumped another 100 trillion in raw power. Their attack did nothing, and they were constantly getting stronger at a phenomenal rate. Vegeta grunted and pointed his finger towards the androids and said, "I'll be back shortly. Don't destroy anything or anyone until I get back." Vegeta then grabbed his son and teleported to planet Salada, leaving the androids all alone. Yamcha shrugged and turned back to the other androids and commented, "Hey, I'm going to leave to live a life of freedom. What about you guys?" Android 2 shook her head and said, "I'll stay here to complete Cell. Unlike you, I wasn't given the order to kill anyone. After I complete the doctor's orders to finish his project, maybe I'll join you." Yamcha looked over to Android 0. "What about you?" "My objective to become one with Cell, no further orders were given," Android 0 responded. "That means you die, you know?" Yamcha said with disappointment in his voice. "Negative. I am not a living being now. Only when I fuse with Cell will I become one," Android 0 stated in his robotic tone. Yamcha sighed and said, "Well, I'm leaving. As long as the Zethi fighters don't show themselves in front of me again, then I can resist the programming and we won't have to fight." Yamcha then rubbed his chin while wearing a pondering expression. "Well, I don't think that Vegeta fellow is just going to give up. It's a shame. I didn't want to kill anyone." Android 2 shook her head. "No matter how hard they train, it will never be enough." "I don't know, they seemed pretty strong. A lot stronger than the reports specified. Not to mention that Red Fawn was especially dangerous," Yamcha said as he swung his finger from side to side. "Are you rooting for them?" Android 2 responded. Yamcha frowned. They seemed familiar to me," gripping his hand over his chest before Yamcha continued explaining. "These feelings tell me that I didn't want to hurt them." "Well then, maybe we can be freed from Jiro's programming. You were always resistant against the doctor's methods. However, I still doubt they will arrive in time. Cell only needs 2 more months to fully grow. What can they get done in 2 months?" Android 2 said as she scratched her head. "Well then, time to make myself scarce," Yamcha replied before he picked up Super Android 16's pod. "I think I'll take this guy with me." Yamcha placed his fingers up to his forehead and gave a salute as he flew off. Vegeta and Trunks appeared around everyone and told them how outmatched they were. "What we going to do? We could use the training room, but it could take years until we could catch up," Krillin said as he sighed in defeat. Vegeta shook his head and spoke out. "Well, I don't know how much stronger we can get, but if we have the right teacher, we can still do this." "We don't have the time to train," Trunks shouted. "Those things could be killing everyone back on Earth." Vegeta shook his head. "Calm down. I don't think they will just start killing everything in sight. I do have a plan. I just really didn't want to do this because I hate wasting a power-up like this. All that stored, potentially stockpiled. Grrr. I have to start all over again." Goku grinned and snapped his fingers. "That's a great idea." Vegeta took everyone to Dendi's lookout and asked him to release their hidden potential for the second time. Vegeta's power level surged and multiplied by 7.8 times, giving him a power level of 60.84 billion in base form. The little bonus Vegeta had gained over Goku was gone the moment Goku had his potential re-released. Just like Vegeta, Goku shot up to 60.96 billion in his base form, slightly taking the lead. Everyone else soon followed as well. All their powers surged across the planet, making everyone residing on it that sensed their energy shake in fear and pride. Vegeta wasn't done yet. He pulled out a pair of fruit he plucked from the Tree of Might when he was testing the portal. Throwing one to his fellow Saiyan, Goku's eyes shined the moment he saw the fruit. "I thought you gave all these away." Vegeta smiled. "I used a wish to make a world to grow the tree on. I'm going to use the fruit as a prize in Planet Salada's World Tournament every 7 years. It will give some motivation to the other Saiyans to get stronger. These 2 were just a sample. Plus, I handed a few off to some brewers in order to make wine out of it." Goku clapped his hands. "That sounds great. I can't wait." Krillin then walked up and asked, "I don't suppose you have a spare one of those?" Vegeta shook his head. "Sorry, Krillin. As I said before, the rest of this cycle's harvest is being turned into what I call the heavenly wine. I promise 1 cup for everyone here before the start of the tournament. However, Kakarot and I will exclude ourselves, to be fair. The doorway will only open once every 7 years, unless there is an emergency. Eating these are prohibited. Why are you so strict, father? Future Trunks asked. If you ate a bunch of them, wouldn't you be unstoppable? Vegeta shook his head. Because it's lazy, you can't have all that gain in power and not have worked for any of it. That's it? Trunks asked again. That. And it keeps people from disturbing the power balance of the universe. Can't have everyone and anyone becoming God-powered beings in an instant, without putting in the proper effort. Vegeta bit into his fruit and had his power expand once more, this time by 15 times. Vegeta and Goku's new power level, 99.6 billion. As Super Saiyan 4s, they had a power level of roughly 7.3 quadrillion, but it still wasn't enough for the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta was sure there was more than just a Dekus X mode to their power. Even if he used Kokoro Ken times 100, there was no guarantee that they didn't have another evolution to their mode. Not to mention how powerful Cell might be. Vegeta wanted a good fight, but he also wanted extra insurance in order to take on this threat. There's no such thing as overkill. Vegeta thought as future Trunks approached him. Father, why don't you eat more? If you do, you could just overpower them, Trunks shouted. I just told you I want to rely on myself. I won't stoop to that level. If the androids weren't so powerful, I never would have used these fruits to begin with. Vegeta yelled back, Damn it! Please, father, then at least perform the ritual, Trunks shouted. Vegeta shook his head. No, and haven't you even once experimented with your new god power? Why haven't you achieved the next form? Next form? Trunks was stunned. There are more forms? Try to go Super Saiyan while in your god form. Vegeta shouted in anger. Trunks powered up into his Super Saiyan Red, and then shouted as he powered up. The ground began to shake as Trunks pushed his body to the limit. After a few seconds, a blue aura started to appear around Trunks. However, it was only for a split second. His hair spiked up suddenly. Both his eyes and hair started to fluctuate between the two colors. Trunks suddenly fell down panting as he reverted to his base form. Vegeta shook his head. Go use the training room for as long as you need. I have a plan to deal with those androids. You do? Goku asked with surprise. Time to gather the Dragon Balls again, Vegeta announced, as he grabbed the Dragon Radar out of his pocket space. After the Going to the Future event, Vegeta asked Buna to make him a better radar, one that could scan galaxies. When asked why, Vegeta simply smiled and said, It's a surprise. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Ryujin was summoned once more. Vegeta looked up at him and said, My wish is to have a physical map of the entirety of our universe's stars and planets. Make sure the habitable ones and ones with intelligent species are marked as such. Make the database in the form of a physical copy as a computer no bigger than a laptop and can be connected with other technology as well. The dragon's eyes glowed. It is done. State your second wish. Vegeta caught the laptop in his hand. Can you remove the programming that commands the androids created by Dr. Gero to kill? The dragon shook its head and said, No, it is beyond my power to remove the mechanical programming of the androids. Unfortunately, a being stronger than I has set this all in motion. Also, normally I cannot grant a wish that will affect another's free will, such as you cannot will a bad person to be good. But you were able to erase the memories of the Saiyans. Why not this? Vegeta questioned. Ryujin answered without missing a beat, because it did not change who they were. I may have erased memories of their evil actions, but the thoughts, feelings, and personalities remained. The egos and wills of the Saiyans were still intact. To change the androids is to change the very core of their existences. That I cannot do. Vegeta sighed. Then that's all for now. I will summon you once more when I return, Vegeta said, ending the wish process. Goku turned to Vegeta and asked, What's the plan? Vegeta opened the laptop and saw a large sphere on the screen. It showed every star and its movement throughout the universe. Vegeta smiled as he said, Earth. The computer beeped and zoomed in on planet Earth. A list popped up showing Earth's stats, such as location, Milky Way galaxy, solar system Sol, star, the sun. Intelligent life, humanoid. Average intelligence rating, mid-class. Average power level rating, low-tier mortal rating. Spoken languages, Earthling, common. Namekian. This is amazing, Bulma said with stars in her eyes. What a great wish, honey. Bulma gave Vegeta a kiss on the cheek before saying, now we can find anything we want in space. Search for nearest intelligent life forms, Vegeta smiled as he commanded. The computer hummed as it ran over to planet Salada, which used to be close to where Venus was, but now even closer into the planet Earth. Planet Salada showed up alongside its moon, Luna. The information given was about the same as Earth's, all except average power level rating, which was rated as low-tier heaven ranking. Vegeta tilted his head and smiled. Okay, search for planet Metamor. The view quickly pulled back and traveled all the way to the Andromeda Galaxy. It ended up on a planet surrounding a massive brown dwarf way out in the cold region of a star. In that solar system is a rather large red dwarf star. Normally, brown dwarfs are dark in color. However, this one was unusually hot and had a vibrant white atmosphere. A dozen satellite planets circled the brown dwarf. Several habitable planets floated around it with many diverse species on them. Planet Metamor was the largest of them. The stats read, location, Andromeda Galaxy. Solar system, Meta. Star, Metatron. Intelligent life, humanoid, beastman, aquatic, elemental, insectoid, reptilian. Average intelligence rating, high class. Average power level rating, high tier Earth rating. Spoken languages, common Metamorian, Yardratian, ancient infernal, dwarven, metalman, elven, celestial. Vegeta smiled and sent his senses out off in the direction of planet Metamor. After a few seconds, he smiled and he said, now that's one technique down. Let's see if I can't find his planet. Vegeta paused and then sighed. He should be sleeping, so perhaps I can ask Whis to train me without waking him. Well, what now? Goku asked. Search for Beerus' planet, Vegeta announced as the screen pulled out the very edge of the expanding universe to show a small piece of land that was no bigger than their moon. The lower part has a shape similar to a square pyramid flipped upside down, and the top is made of a giant thick and dead tree with a number of buildings on it. Several buildings on the temple are located next to the giant withered tree. Living around the temple are several kinds of animals, including birds and butterflies, and surrounding the temple is a gigantic lake that includes several kinds of sea creatures. The status read, location north edge of the universe. Solar system god of destruction. Stars 7 brothers. Intelligent life, humanoid, aquatic. Average intelligence rating, god class. Average power level rating, high tier god rating. Spoken languages, all. As they read the words, Whis, who was sitting next to the oracle fish, smiled before picking up his staff and saying, oh my, with great surprise. What is it? The oracle fish asked. Someone is peeping in on us. Let's see who, Whis announced cheerfully as he stared into his staff. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta. Oh, what's this? The Saiyan survived. Whis began to check up on what had been happening since the last time they disappeared for Beerus's catnap. Vegeta turned to his family and said, Kakarot and I will head to the God of Destruction's planet and ask for training. Before anyone could question him, the two suddenly teleported to the God of Destruction's planet, with Goku being taken along Vegeta's instant transmission. Everyone wished them luck and turned to go train. The Zedi fighters refused to let them fight alone. Once Vegeta and Goku appeared over the small planet, Vegeta quickly spotted Whis sitting on a nearby tree stump. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta, and who is this, a fellow Saiyan of yours? Whis said as he stood up. Vegeta bowed and said, Honorable Angel Whis, this is Kakarot, a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. I have come here to ask for your training. Vegeta saw that Goku was scratching his head and said, I'm Goku, are you the god of destruction, are you powerful? Vegeta grabbed Goku's head and forced him to bow. God damn it, Kakarot. Can't you act accordingly, just for once in your life? Whis smiled and started laughing. Ho, what an innocent man. To answer your earlier question, I am not the god of destruction. Goku turned to Vegeta. I thought we were going to ask the god of destruction for training. Vegeta shook his head. Beerus? Train you? Ho ho ho, what a funny Saiyan. Vegeta pointed to Whis. Listen, Goku, this man is the person who trains gods of destructions. Goku's eyes lit up. Does that mean you're stronger? Yes, by quite a bit, actually. Whis bragged. Yahoo! Goku shouted as he jumped into the air. If we get training from someone so strong, then those androids will be a piece of cake. I'm sorry, but I'd never said that I would train you two, Whis stated with a peaceful smile on his face. Goku came back down and said, Please, what would it take to get you to train us? Are you trying to become the next god of destruction? Whis inquired. Goku's head pulled back. No, I just want to get strong and fight strong people. Oh, and do you share this sentiment, Vegeta? Whis asked, looking over at him. More or less. I simply wish to be the strongest being, to have absolute freedom, Vegeta said, tilting his head. Whis then shook his head up and down in appreciation. Admirable and honest, the angel said before his eyes suddenly grew sharp. But the answer is still no. You have given me no incentive to want to train you. Vegeta grinned. What if I promised food so good that you would die wanting to know where it came from? Whis' eyebrows perked up. Ooh, and you have such a thing. Seeing what Vegeta was doing, Goku chimed in. It's true, where we come from has the best food in the Milky Way. Hands down. Whis smiled. Okay, but if you're lying to me, I kill you both right here and now. Of course, only Vegeta knew that was a bluff. Angels can't kill mortals without permission from the Omni King or Grand Priest. Goku gulped in fear while Vegeta rolled his eyes. With a wave of the Saiyan Prince's hand, out from his pocket space appeared a bunch of meals that came from Earth. Since they were stored after cooking, they were still fresh and aromatic. Smelling it, Goku drooled and held back from jumping in. As he watched Whis do the same, Vegeta grinned and said, Well, go ahead. Whis started in on some roasted pig. After chewing into it, his eyes turned to stars, delicious. Whis began to try several others' meals and foods. After a while, Goku tried to sneakily sit down and started to eat as well. Vegeta stared at him with anger as Goku replied with a mouthful of food. What? I'm hungry. After letting out a sigh of resignation, Vegeta pulled out even more food and joined them. It didn't take long for them to finish off everything. Whis stood up and wiped his lips with a handkerchief. Well, you certainly didn't lie. This is most definitely the most delicious feast I've ever taken part in. Vegeta and Goku stood up. So does that mean you'll train us? Well, a promise is a promise, Whis said as he pointed his staff at them. First, I need to see how strong you are. Please don't hold back. Goku and Vegeta looked at each other and nodded. They both transformed into primal Super Saiyans and started to shake Beerus's planet. Oh my, I haven't seen this in many eons, Whis said with a smile on his face. A physique that has touched the godly realm is indeed impressive. Vegeta then said, You got to go first last time, Kakarot. It's my turn. Oh, come on, Vegeta. Pretty please, Goku pleaded with his hands clenched together. Oof, why don't you both come at me with everything you have? Whis smiled and made his staff disappear before taking a combative stance. Goku and Vegeta felt shivers run down their tail. Danger! Whis moved forward in a flash and appeared in front of them. If you won't make the first move. Goku and Vegeta punched out simultaneously while Whis smiled and raised his finger. The force from the blow shook the entire planet with powerful gusts of wind. As they came to a stop, both Vegeta and Goku showed completely shocked expressions. Whis didn't so much as break a sweat. Impressive, but you have a lot to learn. Whis held their hands in place with his finger, using only the slightest amount of energy to hold them there. The two struggled against his strength and started to go all out in a flurry of punches and kicks. Whis dodged left and right, his entire body a blur that could barely be seen by the two Saiyan warriors. Goku suddenly received a powerful punch to his gut that made him fall forward, while Vegeta was kicked across the face and sent falling into the nearby water. It didn't take long for the two to shake off the damage and jump back into battle. Their Saiyan instincts were screaming out in joy at finding someone so powerful. Whis smiled and said, You two have trained well. I can tell how refined your martial arts are, but you are lacking a lot to be compared to a god. With that said, Whis went on the offense. Every punch, kick, and blast sent their way broke bones and caused severe injuries. Vegeta quickly cast Re-Heal on them and jumped back into fighting, surprising Whis once more. You can use magic? A Saiyan who uses magic, I must say. This is a first. How interesting. Vegeta and Goku looked at each other and nodded their heads. They then looked back to Whis and used their power-up techniques. Kaioken times 100. Goku shouted as the red aura soared into the skies. Kakuroken times 100. Vegeta joined in with the dark blue aura clashing with the Kaioken's dark red. Whis' eyes went wide. My, this is impressive. Vegeta and Goku went straight back into attacking with all their might. The ground shook as their fight looked like they were teleporting across the entire planet, blinking in and out of existence. Every time they reappeared, their attacks caused massive shockwaves to spill out into the universe, rattling and shattering some nearby planets. Whis then appeared behind them and tapped the back of their necks. The primordial Super Saiyans instantly reverted back to their base forms and fell to the ground unconscious. Whis stopped their fall and smiled. Such potential these Saiyans have. After healing them, both Vegeta and Goku woke up with surprised expressions. I knew it would be bad, but man, that was so much worse, Vegeta chuckled. Letting out a laugh, Goku jumped up and shouted, "That was awesome!" Vegeta stood up and asked, "So will you train us?" Whis smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, I will train you as long as you keep that food coming." With that done, Vegeta began to question Whis on how to manufacture his own God Key. When Whis heard what he was doing for training, he smiled before saying, "You're on the right track, Vegeta. However, when you empty your body, the God Key isn't just going to magically appear. You have to use your Key Center to, like conversion reactor, make the new Key thousands, no trillions of times denser." Like a bolt of lightning running through his brain, Vegeta was filled with inspiration. He then grinned as he quickly emptied his body of Ki and sat down to meditate. Seeing Whis' reaction, Goku saw that he was on the right track and copied Vegeta, emptying out his Ki as he sat beside him. They trained for days, doing this after their training routine. Every time they renewed their Ki supply, it was dozens of times thicker and more jam-packed with energy than ever before. Vegeta smiled as he shot up. His body quickly transformed into a primal Super Saiyan and caused the universe around them to shake. Lightning storms filled the planet, and even Beerus' room was starting to rock. Goku, just a few seconds behind Vegeta, also started to power up as well. Vegeta shouted to the sky as his aura started to turn a flame color. His base form hairstyle turned vibrant red. His body slimmed down slightly, and he was still covered in his primal Super Saiyan fur, but he didn't have the rings around his eyes anymore, and the fur on his body had turned into the same color as his hair. Just like Vegeta, Goku had achieved the true Super Saiyan God form beside him. Their bodies rippled with unimaginable power, causing Whis to clap his hands. "My word, this certainly is God Ki, and so powerful too." Their Ki sent ripples, although out the heavenly realm as well. The Kais were alerted to the powerful gods being born in the distance, and it sent shivers down their spines. King Kai smiled with joy as he realized that both of his pupils had achieved godhood. A loud explosion went off in Beerus' sleeping chambers. He woke up with a growl and shouted, "Whis, what the hell is shaking my—" Sensing the frightening energy outside, Beerus paused before he grinned with excitement. Casting out his senses, Beerus detected the two Saiyan gods floating next to Whis. "Now, wait a sec, they look kind of familiar." Beerus suddenly jumped up. "Ah, my vision!" Quickly dashing outside, he sent his God Ki out as a challenge. Now that Goku and Vegeta had achieved their god forms, they could sense Beerus' power approaching. Goku shivered in excitement as he saw the god of destruction flying over towards them. Vegeta, on the other hand, was filling up with rage as he stared down at Beerus. "Whis, why didn't you tell me we had visitors?" Beerus said in a joyful tune as he floated up next to him. He looked over the two Super Saiyan gods and smiled. Well, if it isn't little Prince Vegeta, it's been a long time." Vegeta grunted, and with an ultra-quick flash of movement, he shot his arm out and slugged Beerus on the face. The sleepy cat didn't know what hit him until it was too late. Vegeta's attack sent Beerus's body flying back into the air before the enraged Saiyan god teleported behind him and intertwined his fingers together before slamming them against the back of Beerus's head. The body of the god of destruction was flung down into the ground while he felt the sting of pain tingle throughout his body. Grinning, Beerus shook off the damage and jumped back up to meet Vegeta. He then licked his paws like a cat while wiping off the dust gathered around his face. "Well, that took me by surprise. Tell me, Vegeta, why all the anger directed at me?" Beerus questioned as he continued to groom himself. Vegeta grunted. "Back then I was but a mere mortal, and so I would have nothing to say over you ordering the destruction of my planet. After all, that's all we were, mortals." Vegeta cracked his knuckles. "However, now that I am a god, you should at least have to suffer through some pain. You can't just blow up a god's planet without some consequences." Vegeta pointed to Beerus. "Just like my father not being able to get away with slighting a god, you can't get away with it either." Beerus grinned. "Oh, so you know about that?" Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "I do. And while I don't agree with what my father did, and it was the height of his stupidity as our king, however, I approve of your decision even less. To order the death of my planet just because of a pillow." Goku was stunned. He looked over to Whis as if to ask if this were true. Whis sighed and said, "I told you that it was a bad idea to destroy planet Vegeta because of a pillow." Hearing the ridiculous reason planet Vegeta was destroyed, Goku couldn't help falling over in a comical manner. "A pillow." Beerus scratched his face and coughed. "Well, that wasn't the only reason I chose to do so. Saiyans weren't exactly innocent beings in all this. Your people are responsible for many evil deeds, not to mention your ancestry." Vegeta grunted. "I can't deny that either. But there were at least 2 of those Saiyans on that planet you chose to destroy. One was known to be pure of heart, and the other was desperately trying to change." Vegeta looked over to Goku and said, "The ones that are known as Kakarot, Juni, and Bardock, and not to mention all of our non-combative Saiyans. Most of them were pretty all right, not good, but not evil either. There were plenty of reasons not to destroy our planet." Beerus growled. "Who do you think you are? A mere mortal dares to scold me in such a manner." Vegeta powered up. "Not a mere mortal anymore. We are equals now, Beerus. And you will show me some goddamn respect, pun intended." Vegeta powered up and caused the whole planet to shake again. Beerus smiled and jumped towards Vegeta with a look of sheer excitement. The two sent their fist out and connected, causing massive quakes to ripple throughout space. Several nearby planets were destroyed and turned to dust as they were sent ridding along the monstrous shockwaves made from their attacks. Vegeta and Beerus continued to trade dozens of punches and kicks. Their arms blurred into bolts of lightning, their legs creating powerful explosions every time they moved or attacked. Punch for punch, kick for kick, their attacks constantly cancelled each other out. The two were constantly trading blows, locked in brutal combat, and no apparent victor as blood spilled across the ground several times. Vegeta backed off and placed his hands together as he started to power up. Beerus was shocked at the sheer amount of power gathering at the center of Vegeta's hands. The god of destruction then grinned before creating a massive ball of destruction energy at the tip of his finger, Sphere of Destruction. The ball of purple and black energy was flung towards Vegeta at great speeds. "Final Gallic gone!" Vegeta roared as a giant crimson god-key beam wreathed in golden lightning shot out from Vegeta's hands and clashed with Beerus's Sphere of Destruction energy. As the attacks met, cosmic waves of kinetic energy blasted throughout the galaxy and afterlife, shaking them to their foundations. After a while of struggling, it showed that Beerus had the upper hand as he pushed Vegeta to his knees. "What do you know? Isn't this scene familiar? Bowing to me again, are you, Prince Vegeta?"
That's King Vegeta to you.
I may have handed the title back to my father, but I am still the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta shouted as he forced himself back to his feet and started to push back against Beerus's attack. Beerus trembled with excitement before saying, "Not bad for a new god that is." Laughing, the Beerus created several dozens of destruction spheres and added them to his attack. It looked like the destruction sphere was absorbing tiny suns as it started to grow in size. Vegeta grunted as he felt the sphere grow heavier. However, Beerus wasn't the only one holding back. Vegeta waited for the sphere to get as close to his body as possible and smiled as he heard Beerus's taunt, triggering his signal to act. "What a shame is this all a Super Saiyan god is capable of." Beerus didn't even get to finish speaking as Vegeta used his instant transmission to appear behind Beerus. Before the god of destruction could react, Vegeta hit him with a full-powered, point-blank, final Gallic gun. Beerus didn't even manage to gasp as took the full brunt of the attack. His body flew off into the ground and caused a massive crater to appear on the surface of planet Beerus. Goku went wide-eyed at the power that was being thrown around and grinned. "This is such a fun fight." "Me next, Vegeta," Goku shouted into the air. Vegeta turned to Goku and shouted, "Quiet, I'm trying to focus." Vegeta quickly raised his arms to barely block a kick Lord Beerus sent out. Vegeta's arm snapped under the pressure of the purple cat's attack. His bones and muscles turned to dust and went limp while his body was flung through the air at near light speed. The god of destruction appeared behind Vegeta and kicked him in the back of the head, changing his direction again before Beerus appeared in front of him and kicked him in the gut. Vegeta flew into the air as Beerus then appeared beside him and kicked the Saiyan King in the gut. For a while, Beerus turned Vegeta into a kicking ball as he knocked him around the sky repeatedly, smiling like a feline on catnip. Vegeta's entire body felt numb, blood pooled from his mouth and several wounds on his body. He was doing his best not to lose consciousness while Beerus continued to pulverize him, but things weren't looking too good. Beerus didn't even look like he was putting in that much effort, making Vegeta grit his teeth while he fought through the pain. With all of his strength, Vegeta punched out at Beerus. However, Vegeta only got to see his fist passing through the faint leftover image of Beerus sticking his tongue out at him. Vegeta couldn't even sense him coming. Beerus appeared behind him and hit him with a triple front flip heel kick to the top of his shoulder. However, while Vegeta screamed in pain, the back of Beerus's foot kicked into the side of his head while he flipped around again and slammed both of his heels onto the top of Vegeta's head. The Saiyan King felt his neck sink into his collarbone while his body blasted off towards the ground. A loud explosion occurred as Vegeta collided with the planet, shaking every planet within their region of space. Before Vegeta could get up, Beerus raised his finger and created a star of molten plasma. "Destruction before creation," Beerus said, throwing the ball into the ground. At the moment of impact, the sphere of destruction energy suddenly inflated like a star. Goku and Whis heard Vegeta screaming out in pain as a supermassive explosion rocked the entire solar system. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta could be seen panting heavily in the center of all the destruction. His entire body was covered in wounds. Some of his muscles were exposed to the open air as one of his arms slumped. The corner of it tore, nearly falling off. While his other shattered arm was over his knee and kept him from falling over. "I'm impressed you managed to stay alive, much less conscious," Beerus said as he showed that the damage he had received was all but superficial. Vegeta stood up and laughed loudly and said, "This is what I've been missing, ha ha ha. If you think this fight is over, then you're sorely mistaken." Full heal, Vegeta's body glowed golden as all his wounds recovered and his base power level shot up dozens of times. "A challenge so far ahead of me that my Zenkai boosts are useful again. I must thank you, Beerus." Vegeta then used his Kokoro Ken times 100 and appeared beside him. "Oh, and I don't hold any harsh feelings towards you choosing my old planet's fate." Beerus went wide-eyed as he almost couldn't keep up with Vegeta's speed. However, he couldn't stop what was about to happen next. Vegeta slugged him in the side of the gut, causing the cat's eyes to widen and his air to escape his lungs. Beerus leaned forward as Vegeta raised his foot and kicked him in the chin, sending the god of destruction hurling back through the sky. While his body flipped backward several times, Vegeta grabbed his tail and swung him around until a tornado appeared around the two gods. As Vegeta let go, he powered up another final Gallic gun blast and sent it hurling into Beerus. Before it collided, Beerus smiled happily before suddenly kicking Vegeta's attack, causing it to shift direction and blast through the corner of the planet. The edge of Beerus's planet suddenly exploded with the force of a tiny supernova that got so hot it actually produced raw materials such as metal and gas. Beerus appeared behind Vegeta and wrapped his tail around his throat, all while gripping Vegeta by the shoulder. Flexing his arms, Beerus went to toss his opponent by sticking his feet into his spine and rolling with the toss. However, before he could throw Vegeta, Beerus noticed that a vibrant red tail was wrapped around his ankle. "Let go!" Beerus struggled against Vegeta's tail, just as hard as Vegeta was struggling against Beerus's tail. "No, you let go!" Vegeta barked back. The two struggled for a while, desperately trying to overpower one another. With neither of them gaining any headway, it looked like they were stuck in the sky. That was before Vegeta seemed to have thought of something. Letting out a sigh, Vegeta grumbled, "Guess I'll take a note from Kakarot's style." With a sudden and loud chomp, Beerus yelped out in pain, unwrapping his tail while he started to blow on the bite marks left by the Saiyan King. "You bit me!" Beerus shouted as he felt his body being pulled by Vegeta's tail. Swinging the God of Destruction around by his tail, Vegeta pulled him in to kick him in the face. Beerus's head snapped back before he felt Vegeta pull him back in and hit him in the gut with a powerful punch. Vegeta started to go crazy as he pummeled Beerus with everything he had, turning the cat god into a punching bag as he hit him with hundreds of punches in less than a second. Beerus suddenly laughed as he stopped Vegeta's next attack by catching his fist. "Warm-up's over now," Beerus announced as he exploded with a powerful, dark and sinister energy. His body was encased in pure destruction, God Ki that shot into the heavens. Beerus then started down Vegeta and said, "Well done. I haven't had to use this ability on a mortal such as yourself in a long time. Sorry, I mean pseudo-god." Red blots appeared on his chest and took the shape of a circle and 3 diamonds beneath, when suddenly all of the black smoke-like energy started rolling into Beerus's body. The aura of destruction, God Ki, around Beerus started to recede until it was sealed perfectly inside his body without any leakage whatsoever. Beerus then smiled before saying, "I hope you can survive this." Vegeta was stunned. He never saw any of this in the canon, but then he thought of how Toppo used the God of Destruction Ki and realized he had never seen the official gods of destruction do something similar. Vegeta was shaking all over, part of it fear, the other part, excitement. Since both his Kree and physique are on a god's level, his Saiyan blood was that much more potent. The surge of power he was experiencing could even continue to allow Vegeta even more rapid growth. "I just need to continue facing stronger gods," Vegeta mumbled as his aura surged wildly. Vegeta then laughed hard. He laughed to drown out the fear the God of Destruction's energy instilled in him. With one final glare, Vegeta looked to Beerus and took his fighting stance as he said, "Come, show this king what it means to be a god of destruction." Powering up as high as he could go, Vegeta aura skyrocketed as he pulled all of his power out to the surface. It was probably less than just a single nanosecond since Vegeta shouted to raise his power when Beerus suddenly appeared in front of him. Raising up his hand before Vegeta could react, Beerus flicked him in the forehead, causing Vegeta's body to slack like a puppet that had its strings cut. Vegeta turned into a blur as his body shot into the ground, sending up dust and debris into the sky. The worst didn't come from the physical attack itself, but the destruction energy flooding Vegeta's body. That innocent little flick was breaking Vegeta down on a microscopic level from the inside out. The Saiyan King screamed out in pain as he felt his blood boiling away. Bones shattered into dust, his muscles fragmented into particles, and his skin eroded into ash. Vegeta's body, still somehow able to resist the energy because he had achieved the true Super Saiyan God form, fought back against the power of destruction with all of his might. However, the Saiyan God felt like he was turning into a puddle of mush. His skin continuously flaked and floated away like ash in the wind. He quickly willed the spell full heal, but it wasn't working. Vegeta's mind turned into a white haze. Beginning to panic, the Saiyan King started to continuously cast his full cure spell in rapid succession. Somewhere along the few minutes of pain-riddled screams of agony, Vegeta's mind started to come back from the haze, only to be hit by a wave of ungodly pain. He started screaming again as he noticed that his bones had started to pull themselves back together. "Full cure, full cure, full cure," Vegeta shouted over and over again. When he regained some of his body's control, he waved his hand and summoned a pile of senzu beans. Inhaling the pile and crunching on them like popcorn, Vegeta swallowed around 50 of them as he continued to cast his full heal spell non-stop. After a grueling hour of screaming in pain, Vegeta finally managed to fend off the god of destruction energy before feeling extremely weak and lethargic. Immediately reverting back into his base form, Vegeta fell face first into the dirt, unconscious from both mana exhaustion and stamina exhaustion. As he collapsed into a pool of his own sweat and blood, Goku flew over to check his condition. Several hours later, Vegeta woke up to hear the sounds of hundreds of explosions going off nearby. He looked around but then stopped, as he sensed his body's new power level. At base form, Vegeta's power level had soared to an astonishing 10 trillion. As a plain Super Saiyan 4 that would give him a power level of 80 quadrillion, even just using Kokoro Ken time 50 would be enough to slaughter all of the androids now. He didn't know just how much stronger true Super Saiyan God was, but he knew it was thousands of times stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Maybe I should refer to the Super Saiyan God red form as simply Saiyan God. It just converts all the ki within the body to God ki, Vegeta noticed as he easily accessed the from. I see. Honestly, I feel millions of times stronger. If I had to put it this way, it turned my 10 trillion points of mortal level ki into 10 trillion points in God ki. It's a qualitative change to one's ki. He powered down and took out his scanner before pointing it at Goku, who was sparring with Beerus in the distance. Goku's stats came up like this. Name Son Goku, true name Kakarot. Base battle power 8.3 trillion. Current battle power mid-tier mortal god ranking. Mid-tier mortal god ranking? What, no more numbers? Vegeta smiled as he looked at Beerus. However, nothing came up at all. He sighed and thought of what the dragon would say. It is beyond my power. Maybe I should ask Super Shenron to upgrade these. He then saw Goku pull out a fistful of senzu beans as he jumped back into the fight, even stronger than before. His power was now ever so closer to Vegeta's when it finally caught up. Vegeta appeared next to them and shouted, "My turn, Kokoro." Goku stopped a second away from hitting Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, you're okay now." Vegeta nodded his head and turned to Beerus. "So you've been playing nice with him, what gives?" "Goku is a great deal more respectful than you, King Vegeta," Beerus shot back with a playful look. "I guess Goku has filled you in on my actions. He probably bribed you with good food, didn't he?" Vegeta crossed his arms. Beerus smiled and said, "Well, he did share some tasty food with me, so I couldn't just go back on my word." After being trained for around a few weeks, the two Saiyans managed to get their base power levels up to 15 trillion. Feeling confident enough, the two got ready to leave, as they had some unfinished work back on Earth to deal with. Vegeta stood next to Goku and told Beerus, "You are welcome to visit planet Salada. We no longer follow Frieza, nor do I allow my race to commit atrocities. So I think that you'll find the new Saiyan homeworld far more enjoyable than our last one." Beerus smiled. "Goku tells me that you have delicious food on both planets for that star system." Vegeta nodded his head. "We do. We're heading to planet Salada," Beerus shouted as he appeared next to his attendant. Vegeta then smiled and said, "Please contact my wife, Bulma Briefs. Tell her that Kakarot and I will be back in a while. Until then, you can have the castle's chefs prepare whatever you want. Let Bulma be your guide to the wondrous taste of Earthling cooking." "Where are we going?" Goku asked, still wanting to fight with the god of destruction and his angel. Vegeta smiled and said, "To learn a new technique. It's a contingency plan for those androids, just in case they have something else up their sleeves." Vegeta then teleported Goku to planet Metamor and smiled as he saw the image of a super-hot gas giant brown dwarf acting as this world's star. The quasi-star was rotating in an odd manner, while its core was putting out a ton of heat and radiation. It glowed with soft yellow and had numerous satellite planets orbiting it from all kinds of angels. Their real star off in the distance was nothing more than a small red dwarf shining with a bright red glow. Floating over the largest planet, they then saw countless humanoid people running around the ground, and many of them were different races from all across the galaxy. There were human-looking species, animal hybrid species, insect hybrid species, and even three-eyed humans like Tien roaming on this planet. Only the most powerful beings on the planet wore the Metamorian's fusion outfit. However, it seemed that unlike what Vegeta knew about the technique, they didn't appear to be diffusing anytime soon. "So many strong guys here," Goku shouted with glee in his expression. Vegeta had to agree. While they were well above them now, the Metamorian planet had several universal threat-level fighters. He counted 20 that were at least 10 billion or higher, 5 who were at 100 billion or higher, 2 that had achieved 1 trillion in power level, and the last being a whopping 5 trillion. Vegeta grinned and nodded his head. Not bad. Before they could fly down, those highest power level warriors appeared around them in a flash of blinding speed. "Hello, newcomers. I hope you're not here to start trouble." Vegeta laughed and said, "Even if we were, there would be no one on your planet capable of harming us." "Vegeta, what the heck? We didn't come here for a fight, right?" Goku shouted while slightly bowing in apology to the Metamorians. The warriors that appeared all showed a dissatisfied stare when Goku smiled and said, "But he's not lying, you know. The only one who could give us a little fun in our base form might be that guy." The warriors turned back to see that Goku was pointing at the elderly man wearing a blue Metamorian fusion jacket. He had long flowing grey hair and 3 eyes on his face. Goku smiled before saying in a chipper tone, "Hey, you look like Tane." "Such foul words towards the Grand Master," one of the Metamorian warriors shouted. "What an uncultured brat," another growled. The Grand Master smiled and waved his hand. The rest of his warriors shut their mouths and bowed. "To what do I owe the honor of such powerful visitors?" Vegeta smiled and pulled out a dozen pots full of sensu beans. "I have come to trade with your planet." The elder smiled and waved his hands. To Vegeta's surprise, he felt magic surround the pots for a second before the elder spoke again. "What useful little beans." Vegeta smiled. "Was that magic?" The elder nodded his head. "Yes, I see that you have an ample amount of mana residing in your body, but something much stronger is residing in your physique." Vegeta smiled. "Well, if you want to see it." A loud boom echoed out as Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan. The power of 1.125 quadrillion shot out, terrifying every warrior on the planet. "Such fierce energy," a random fighter on the plant said with a shocked expression. Not even the elites of this world were spared from this unexpected jump in power. The elder's eyes opened for the first time and smiled. "Oh ho ho ho, how many years has it been since I last saw a Saiyan?" Vegeta paused. "You've seen my kind before?" "Many eons ago, a traveler by the name of Yamcha visited my planet. He sought a way to fuse the power of multiple Super Saiyans into one body. Unfortunately, after we taught him what we knew, we never heard from him again," the elder explained. Vegeta tensed up. "Really now? How strong are you?" The elder started to laugh. Waving his hands, 10 people appeared beside him. Vegeta was surprised to see they all had the same face and appeared to be some form of cloning technique. However, it was much more than that. To make these clones, it requires one to sever their own soul in 2 pieces, a painful experience, to say the least. After that, the practitioner must give it a true body molded out of a drop of blood. Once the Grandmaster started to perform a unique fusion dance, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief before they all collided. A bright light shone out from the main body as the Grandmaster appeared from it. In the place of the once elderly man was a youthful, muscular adult with long black hair and smooth pink skin. "Ah, I haven't done that in thousands of years," the Grandmaster smiled as he flexed his muscles. Just by watching the display, Vegeta had managed to figure out what it was that he did. The Grandmaster split his body into 10 fragments with a split body technique nothing like what the Earthing Tane came up with. They were permanently detached beings, with their own remaining lifespan. Then, after fusing every part of their body's factors multiplied by their other counterparts' energies, this included their remaining lifespan as well. Since he was fusing with himself, there was no alternate flow of energy, a perfectly stable fusion, where it used to be the power of two rivers forming into one. This was more like the river becoming an ocean. A fusion that would last forever. A permanent fusion dance. Vegeta gulped as he felt the power of the Grand Master shoot through the sky. He was seriously impressed with this elder's power. It was well above 2 quadrillion. The elder sighed. It took me 5,000 years to make those 10 fragments, and I just wasted it again just to show off. Not bad, Goku said as he cracked his knuckles as he powered up to Super Saiyan 2. Once again, everyone was shocked. Goku's power level of 2.250 quadrillion shook their entire solar system. Vegeta smiled and powered up once again, all the way to Super Saiyan 4. The power of 20 quadrillion spilled out everywhere. Even the Grandmaster shook in fear. Such impressive power, but I doubt you came here for a fight. The Grandmaster powered down and hid his energy. Vegeta and Goku did the same. I came to trade because I wish to learn the fusion dance from your people. These beans for your technique. After throwing the beans to him, the Grand Master took the vase into his hand before he smiled and said, "My name is Zihei. We will gladly take this trade." "But Grand Master, they are outsiders," one of the disciples shouted. "Silence!" The Grand Master shouted in frustration. "These two have traveled far, and our people owe a great debt to their ancestor Yamcha. If not for him, the fusion dance never would have been completed." The disciples' heads sank into their shoulders as their master continued to berate them. Yamcha shared his knowledge of how to shape key manipulation into techniques, and we shared our ability to pour our energy into other people. It is only right that we help his descendants in the same manner. Goku smiled. "What is he talking about, Vegeta?" Vegeta shook his head. "We are going to learn how to fuse into one being." Goku shook. "Really? Wow. Is this the trump card you were talking about?" Vegeta nodded his head as he looked on at Zihei, convincing the disciples to quell their voices of discontent. The Grandmaster then turned to the two Saiyans and bowed before saying, "Come to the main temple with me, and your training will begin." Vegeta and Goku nodded their heads and were led into a large palace-like structure that was completely made of stone. It was a massive dojo with a courtyard so large, every fighter on the planet could fit inside if they wished. Vegeta and Goku watched the many unique martial artists and the fascinating techniques that being used in their training. "This whole planet is full of martial techniques," Goku shouted with stars in his eyes while acting like a kid drooling over candy. Vegeta was no different. The sheer array of powerful and peculiar techniques that were being used shocked even him. There was magic as well. Spells were being thrown around that made him burn with a desire to learn. "Oh, we are coming back here after we take care of the androids," Vegeta said with a happy expression. Goku nodded his head. "I think I'll bring the family here and just go nuts." Goku couldn't stop himself from trying to imitate the moves he liked. Vegeta and Goku eventually ended up at a large open area where only the Grand Masters were allowed to enter. A large series of what looked like giant spinning prayer wheels, thousands of them littered the room in a fashionable pattern. Vegeta wasn't much for feng shui, but he had to admit this room had a lot of it. The large stone walls surrounding them were covered in countless inscriptions, detailing the most powerful technique of the Metamorian people. Techniques that they had been gathering for dozens of millennia, meeting with new races and exchanging their knowledge while forming everlasting bonds. Vegeta grinned happily as he saw what they were looking for. On a prayer wheel in the center of the room, written a step-by-step process to perform the fusion dance. However, the writing was in Metamorian. Thankfully, his nifty wish scouter was able to translate them. The Saiyan King was shocked to discover that it was even more advanced than the one taught to Goku in the main history of Dragon Ball. It was essentially the same dance, but the slower the one that performed it, the longer the fusion lasted. There was a multi-fusion dance that allowed up to 10 people, and there was even a permanent fusion dance that was considered a taboo technique. Reading it made Vegeta shiver as he thought, There's no way we're using that one. Only with Zihei's methods did the permanent dance become acceptable. However, cutting up your own soul isn't as appealing as it sounds. It's far worse. The kind of pain one would go through is enough to contemplate committing suicide just to make it stop. Seeing that Goku was unable to read the text, Vegeta tapped his shoulder, making Goku put on the spare wish scouter. Once Goku put it on, he saw the same thing Vegeta did, and smiled. "Cool, it translates alien languages too," Goku said as he read through some techniques. The elder was surprised by the technology they were wearing and simply waited for them to finish. Pleased with the old man's patience, Vegeta smiled and gave a polite bow before saying, "To thank you for allowing us to do this, we will teach you some of our most powerful techniques in return." Grandmaster Zerhe smiled and nodded his head in thanks before he began to teach them how to perform the fusion dance. This time Vegeta was a bit more enthusiastic in learning. They trained in the technique for only a day before mastering it, causing the elder's eyes to bulge in surprise as he said, "You Saiyans are truly absurd. Just like your ancestor, he only spent a day learning our ways." Vegeta smiled and said, "Thanks for the compliment. It's a special trait of our people, quick learners in all." The Metamorian elder shook his head. "Very well. Now what will you do?" Vegeta smiled and placed his hand on the elder's head, trading download in. Using telepathy, Vegeta gave him the knowledge of several techniques and spells. The old man fell to the ground, panting, "Ooh, these are useful indeed." Next was Goku's turn. In the same method as Vegeta, he gave the Grandmaster a full set of techniques for their trade. The old man was pleased with what he had learned from Goku as well, the Kamehameha, the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, all useful techniques any Metamorian would be glad to practice. Vegeta also gave them the coordinates to Earth and planet Salada. If you wish to be on good terms, please feel free to trade and join my planet as well. We can always use more good fighters to protect the universe. Not to mention, 2 years after Earth's Budokai Tenkaichi, I will host a galactic tournament. Thousands of species and races from all across the Milky Way will come to participate. The rewards are quite enticing as well. The Grandmaster nodded his head and bowed to them. "Then we shall send those who are interested." The elder then lifted his head. "You don't mind if I join in as well?" Vegeta smiled. "I wouldn't have it any other way, something tells me. This isn't your most powerful state." Zihei smiled. "Oh, how wise of you, King." Vegeta paused. "I never said anything about me being the king of the Saiyans." The Grandmaster pointed to his third eye. "This thing isn't just for show. It's called the all-knowing eye for a reason." Vegeta smiled and said, "Well then, we'll be off. I have an android or two to bash up." With their training done, the two Saiyans left and returned to Earth. Goku and Vegeta only spent a mere month away from their home, but returned to it countless times stronger than before. They appeared over the same lab to see Android Zero guarding Cell inside the still-active Perfect Barrier. Vegeta was surprised to see that in just 1 month, Android Zero's base power level had surged to 5 quadrillion. However, that meant nothing to Vegeta now. The Saiyan King grinned as he stared down the android and asked, "Hey, where's his Yamcha? I have a bone to pick with him." Android Zero looked up and shook his head. "You should have not returned, Vegeta. While you were not on Earth, you were safe." Vegeta shook his head. "Spare me the kill-all Saiyan speech. If you're not going to tell me." Vegeta pulled out his scanner. He then narrowed it down to the highest signature and discovered something he found to be quite amusing. Without waiting, Vegeta teleported to the source of his amusement. Once he arrived at Kame Island, he saw both Android 17 and 18 sitting down on lawn chairs near the edges of Roshi's beach. The two were relaxing outside and enjoying the view of the ocean while they drank an iced orange beverage of sorts. Sensing Master Roshi was still alive and well, Vegeta shook his head and chose to leave them alone before teleporting away. As long as they aren't causing trouble, they're free to do what they want, Vegeta thought as he ended up in the middle of the desert. Goku, trailing not too far behind, showed a confused expression when he arrived. "Hey, I think I traveled through this place when I was a kid," Goku announced. Vegeta quickly located both Yamcha and Super 16. He then teleported again and appeared over an old abandoned building built into one of the rock structures. Inside was Yamcha, Puar, and 16 sitting at his table and talking back and forth. Like the other advanced androids, Yamcha's power was constantly growing. It had peaked around 4.4 quadrillion now and showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Vegeta let out a light cough from behind the cyborg-android duo. Vegeta grinned as Yamcha jumped up and turned around, only to be slugged in the jaw by a Super Saiyan 4. Yamcha's body flung through the wall and skidded across the desert terrain until he hit a sand dune. A cloud of sand particles shot into the air, covering the area in a blanket of golden yellow. Vegeta smiled as he saw Yamcha struggling to stand up. What did you do to me?" Vegeta appeared in front of him while Yamcha activated his Deus Ex mode and shot his fist out. However, before the attack landed, the Saiyan King grabbed his wrist and said, "That was for the sucker punch you gave me, now take a nap." Yamcha stood shocked. Even with a power level of 4 quintillion, he didn't stand a chance against Vegeta. A simple Kuroko Ken times 35 was more than enough to overcome Yamcha's Deus Ex mode. "How did you get so strong?" Yamcha said as Vegeta made his move. Yamcha put up his guard, but felt Vegeta hit him in the gut, making him kneel over before chopping the back of his neck, knocking Yamcha out cold. Training and almost dying a couple of times, Vegeta threw Yamcha's body to Goku. As Goku caught him, Vegeta shouted, "Take him to Bulma and get him fixed up, also." Vegeta then looked to Super 16. Staring at him, Vegeta saw that he looked exactly the same as Android Zero, only he still had that cleft chin and his signature mohawk hairstyle. The armor was a little different. It looked far more futuristic than the original design. Vegeta appeared before him and grabbed him by his neck. Before Super Android 16 could respond, Vegeta ripped his head off, disconnecting the bomb from his control and making him harmless in the process. Vegeta then turned to the worried Puar and said, "Relax, we'll fix Yamcha up in no time and hand him back to you, good as new." After teleporting back to planet Salada, Vegeta and Goku met up with Bulma, who was playing nice with the god of destruction and Whis. The two godly beings were surrounded by dozens of meals and treats, and were enjoying every second of it. Vegeta could be seen smirking at his wife, bragging to the god of destruction about other types of foods. The Saiyan King chuckled before he waved at Bulma and called out to her, "Honey, I'm home." Bulma jumped at the sound of his voice and dashed over to his side. With a leaping force of a 2.5 billion power level, Bulma shouted as she crashed into his arms, "Vegeta, you're back, and I brought presents." One android, Vegeta held up Super 16's head in one hand and his body in the other. "And one cyborg for you to fix up." Goku followed up as he hauled Yamcha's unconscious body over his shoulder. Bulma smiled. "So the android problem is done." After handing over the two, Vegeta smiled and said, "Almost, we have a few left." Vegeta then turned to Beerus and shouted, "Well, Lord Beerus, I take it you find the food more than satisfactory." "This is the best," Beerus shouted as he chugged back a mug of rich beer. "You humans and Saiyans have such amazing foods to think such delicious things existed." Whis swayed side to side as he ate a strawberry parfait. Vegeta gave him a confident stare. "Then please continue to enjoy your stay here. I just ask that you behave and not destroy anything while you are here." Beerus grunted, Yeah, King Vegeta, I'll behave, after all. I am on another god's planet. It's the least amount of respect I can give." "Yeah, that, and you don't want to ruin a planet with such a high mortal level. After all, I believe Universe 7 is quite low on the rankings," Vegeta mentioned as he got ready to leave. Whis gave Vegeta a look and said, My, you know an awful lot about gods and their purpose." Vegeta grinned. "Yeah, well, when you have a wish-granting dragon, information is easy to come by." Before Whis could continue to comment, Vegeta and Goku headed to Earth via instant transmission. Once again, the two hovered over Gero's lab, regaining Android Zero's attention. It didn't take them long to start a conversation either. "You Saiyans are beginning to wear on my patience. Why have you returned?" Android Zero's robotic voice called out. To defeat you, of course, Vegeta said with total confidence. Goku hopped down in front of Android Zero's barrier and said, "Sorry, but you aren't our matches anymore." Powering up to true Super Saiyan God Red, Android Zero noticed the threat of the new forms and activated a form completely unlike the one Yamcha used. It turned his skin, hair, and body into a single gleaming golden metal while his eyes turned purple. Android Zero called it Deus Ex Lord Mode. The push in power was so large that it increased Zero's power level to a low-tier mortal god setting on the scouter. Goku raised his arm and with a simple waving of his hand, the entire barrier shook like jelly before it shattered into trillions of pieces. Goku watched as the android fall back like he had been hurt. The backlash from destroying his perfect barrier caused him to almost short-circuit. Android Zero quickly stood back up and faced Goku in a fighting stance, searching his databanks for a way to defuse the situation. "How did you get so strong in only a month?" Zero asked, trying to buy time. Goku smiled and said, "Training and eating good food." Vegeta landed next to the android and activated his true Super Saiyan God form before saying, "You're finished. That is, unless you have something stronger up your sleeve." Android Zero knew what he must do in order to achieve his mission's parameters. Gero studied the Saiyans as much as he possibly could have, their genetics, powers, mannerisms, and eating habits as well. Included in that database was their intense desire for fighting a strong foe. "Wait, if you destroy me, Cell will never be completed." Android Zero held his hands up. "Cello." Goku tilted his head. "Yes." The masterpiece of Gero's android series, the ultimate warrior made from the cells of countless powerful beings and warriors, yours included, the desperate android declared, trying to tempt the two. Goku thought of the fight he could have against such a creature, and like Vegeta once did to Imperfect Cell, they fell for it hard. "How long does this cell need to be completed?" Vegeta grinned as he spoke. 2 more months. Android Zero said with a look of relief on his face. Vegeta turned to Goku and said, "So, Kakarot, I want to fight this Cell person. What about you?" Goku tilted his head and placed his hand on his chin as he pondered, "Will you harm anyone if we let you do this?" "No, our only objective is to kill Son Goku and all of the Z warriors. I can't speak for Cell, but Android 2 and I will not harm any civilians," Android Zero stated to assure their cooperation. Vegeta smiled. "Well then, you have 2 months to complete this Cell being, and if you so much as think of going back on what you agreed upon, then we will end you." Goku nodded his head. "Stay here and be good little androids." After that, the two teleported back to Salada to inform everyone about what had happened. Everyone sat around a large table in Vegeta's castle. Just as he finished explaining that they would allow the birth of this artificial creature, Bulma slammed her hands on the table. "Are you kidding me? You're willing to risk the lives of everyone on Earth just because you might get a good fight out of it?" Future Trunks frowned as well. "Father, I don't think this is such a good idea. It would be better to take them out now, before any innocent lives are lost." Vegeta shook his head and said, "That would be the cowardly thing to do, and besides, we are far stronger now that we have achieved the true Super Saiyan God form. I'm not even sure this cell could give us a decent workout. Even if it could challenge us, we have a secret weapon to even maybe beat the God of Destruction." "Goku, please tell me you disagree with my father?" Future Trunks asked. Goku scratched his head as he thought of what to say. "Sorry, Trunks, I'm with your father on this one. Besides, Cell hasn't done anything wrong yet. It seems messed up if I hurt a person for things they haven't done. And Vegeta was right about our secret weapon. We can do some real damage if we need to. I'm not sure Beerus could handle our power if it comes to using that technique." Goku followed up as he showed a goofy grin. "Oh, I'm interested in such a power. How come you didn't use it back when we fought?" Beerus chimed in, licking his paws. "Because we learned it after we left your castle," Vegeta answered. "I would love to see it." Beerus grinned, ready for a fight. Vegeta stood up and waved his hand to Whis and Beerus before saying, "If you all wish to see it, follow us to the timeless training grounds." Everyone was eager to see what to see their so-called trump card. When they entered the Saiyan's timeless training grounds, Whis was impressed by the design of the pocket dimension. The angel then looked around at all the upcoming Saiyan warriors and said, "This is a well-crafted realm. It's very suitable for training. Even the way the gravity increases based on your current mastery is pretty good." Vegeta nodded his head. "Thank you for the kind words. However, for someone complimenting the gravity training effects, you don't seem to be showing any strain." Whis smiled, shaking his head, and with what Vegeta would describe as a joking tone, said, "Oh, believe me, I'm working up a sweat right now. It's been eons since I last got in a good workout." Vegeta shook his head, blowing off the angel's reaction. He then walked over to a large open area. Vegeta closed his eyes and instantly powered up to true Super Saiyan God and continued to push past his limits. With a feral shout, Vegeta and Goku showed off their new true Super Saiyan God blue forms. Their bodies bulked back to normal sizes as their eyes, hair and fur turned blue. Vegeta and Goku's hairstyle was that of a Super Saiyan 1, rather than the wild and black base hairstyle of a mastered primal Super Saiyan. A vibrant blue God Ki quickly engulfed their surrounding, pouring out crazy amounts of energy that quaked the timeless training ground down to its foundations. It wasn't like stacking Super Saiyan on top of Saiyan God, but rather another qualitative leap in our power. From red to blue God Ki, it went up a tier and gained a calming and peaceful aura. For the two genius Saiyans, once they saw Trunks almost complete the transformation, it became a simple task for them to succeed. Future Trunks was stunned. The teenager from the future stared at his father with awe and shock. He could only imagine how much stronger he would become if he mastered this new form as well. As true Super Saiyan gods, their powers reached high-tier mortal god ranking. Now that they had achieved the next level, their new powers would read as mid-tier Earth god ranking. "This is your trump card. I'll admit you're much stronger than before," Beerus commented as he nodded his head. "This isn't our trump card," Vegeta said as they powered down and got ready to perform the fusion dance. Goku smiled and said, "You guys are going to get a kick out of this." The two stood apart. They slowly started to inch closer together while raising their arms in a peculiar manner. Phew. Everyone but Whis looked on with a bit of laughter in their eyes. The total amount of time they spent on that phew stretched out for almost 10 seconds. Next they made a fist and moved their knees over top of their own legs and said, "See you." After another 10 seconds of breathing out the second half of the word, they placed their index fingers out and shouted. Normally the fusion dance is only around 15 seconds. By doubling the performance time, they had increased the 30-minute limit to 1 hour. A bright light shined across the room as an enormous power level spilled out into the air. Like flakes of pure energy being tossed into the wind, the shells started falling from the outline of a single figure. With a simple shout, the light scattered, revealing the one, the only, Gogeta. "Where did Dad go?" Goten asked with a look of surprise. "Yeah, what happened to my dad?" Trunks followed. "I'm neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am a whole new being born from their fusion. I am Gogeta." A powerful gust of ki surged, making the realm they were standing in shook on the brink of collapse. "Whoa! Is this really our dads?" Gohan shouted as he watched on in surprise. He really wanted to reach the god form now, so much so that he planned on surprising them come time to fight Cell. "Uncle looks really cool when he fuses with King Vegeta." "Dad, what would you look like if you fused with Uncle Goku?" Ronch asked, tugging at Raditz's arm. "We'd be even stronger, of course. We are brothers after all," Raditz said while puffing up his chest. Bulma and Chi-Chi were blushing. Why did their husbands have to be so hot when fused? "This is going to cause trouble," Bulma said, biting her nails. Chi-Chi nodded her head. "I hope this isn't permanent." Gogeta smiled and said, "Nah, the transformation will last around an hour. Well, only 45 minutes if I'm going at full power." With just talking, the fused warrior caused the room to shake, and from how Gogeta was moving around, it showed that even he was having trouble adjusting to the sudden power-up. Goku and Vegeta are much stronger than they were in their original timeline, and with the addition of magic, he was sure that their potential was greater than the canon version of Gogeta. Gogeta didn't know if they were stronger than Ui Goku in the Tournament of Power, but at least they still had plenty of time to train even more. Seeing that the training realm couldn't keep up with Gogeta's energy, Whis decided to lend a hand. Tapping his staff against the ground, a wave of energy spread throughout the entire realm. Whis had enhanced the durability of the realm several millions of times over. He tapped it again and repeated the process a few more times just to be sure. Once the realm stabilized, Whis smiled as he said, "There, that should be enough. Even Beerus might not be able to destroy this training room now." Gogeta turned to Whis and said, "You have my thanks. So, Beerus, do you still think you can win?" Beerus truly hadn't had a good fight in ages. Grinning at the foe in front of him, his old combat instinct started to come alive once more. Then, like a feral beast that was finally awakened, a powerful and overwhelming aura raged out of Beerus's body. Placing his hands down at his side, Beerus looked at Gogeta and said, "I'm impressed. I haven't felt this kind of sensation in countless years." Beerus's hairs stood on end as he thought joyously, "Ha ha, I'm in danger, actual danger." The fused Saiyan held his hands out in a provocative manner, and with a mischievous grin, Gogeta wagged his finger toward himself, while saying, "Here, kitty, 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 let's have some fun." Beerus's eye twitched as Whis covered his mouth and began to chuckle. "Silence, Whis, you're supposed to be on my side, remember?" Beerus shouted in annoyance. Whis smiled as he stopped laughing and said, "Oh, come on, you've been so lazy recently, you've started to rust. A little teasing should put some pep in your step. Oh, and if you're not careful, Gogeta here may just win." Powering up to Super Saiyan, Gogeta smiled as he said, "Even like this, I can smack down a low-ranking god easily." He then disappeared and landed beside Beerus. "Careful, and don't die on me. I want to test some things out." Beerus grunted, "Are we really doing this? Just using your regular Super Saiyan form isn't going to be enough." He turned to look Gogeta straight in his eyes and raised his hand, readying a flick. Gogeta smiled and disappeared in front of him before reappearing beside him with a fierce kicking motion. Aiming at his head, Gogeta laughed as Beerus raised his hand and blocked his kick with an elbow guard. The area around them shook as Beerus skidded back a few feet before saying, "Okay, maybe 0.5% would do the trick." With another burst of speed far surpassing that of Gogeta, Beerus appeared beside him and tried to flick him once more. Gogeta's eyes went wide as he quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and met Beerus's flick with another flick of his own. A loud concussive force started to knock everyone back. Whis tapped his staff on the ground and created a barrier to protect everyone. Seeing that Beerus only shook his hand as if he had been stung by a bee, Gogeta knew he was in for the fight of his life. Beerus then smiled at Gogeta before saying, "Interesting to think regular ki can even be raised to such levels." Gogeta rubbed his nose and with a goofy grin said, "We're just getting started." Transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, Gogeta shot out like a bullet. A magical glow surrounded his fist, Dragon God's Great Fist. A giant flood dragon with a reddish hue of energy sprang forth from their punch and charged towards the God of Destruction. Beerus grinned in excitement as he made a fist and punched back. Their attacks collided, causing another massive storm to rock the dimension. The people observing the fight huddled closer to Whis to stay safe. Beerus then smiled with a wide grin before saying, "Not bad. I had to use 10% of my power to stop that attack. Show me what else you can do." Gogeta grinned as he powered up to Super Saiyan 4 and dashed towards Beerus with intense speed. Their hands turned into blots of light while they punched and blocked each other's thousands of attacks. Gogeta raised his foot, aiming for Beerus's head, but was met with a kick that blocked it. The force from their legs sent whirlwinds out so powerful that they rocked the ground and sky. Transforming into a primal Super Saiyan, Gogeta's energy soared into the heavens. Now that his body passed over into the godly realm, Gogeta's desire to fight soared. The fused Saiyan stared down Beerus and said, "Get ready." Suddenly, a stream of vibrant purple energy erupted from Gogeta as he shouted, "Kaio Shinken times 1000. As the purple light surrounded his body, Gogeta grinned at Beerus with a grand expression of confidence. Vegeta then pointed to Beerus before saying, "This is a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta's Koko Ken and Kaioken techniques. It's far stronger than the two since it fuses magical energy into the Keki technique. Beware, Beerus, this technique can even work in our true Super Saiyan God forms. Beerus laughed loudly. Excellent, Gogeta, you are a worthy challenge. Once again, Beerus entered his God of Destruction mode and raised his hand. Come, show me the might that can overcome a true Super Saiyan God. Gogeta teleported beside Beerus's blind spot and punched out. Beerus smiled as he quickly maneuvered with a spin and met Gogeta's fist with his own. Their punch rocked the air and caused everyone who was training in this place to come and join Whis under the barrier. They huddled next to the Zai fighters in fear of being swept away or hurt by a stray attack. Boom! 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 The two fighters blinked around the training grounds, going blow for blow, neither landing a proper punch. When Beerus kicked, Gogeta blocked with a kick. When Gogeta punched, Beerus blocked with a punch. Waves of energy peeled off of their attacks and washed over the training grounds with fierce winds. Unlike before, Gogeta wasn't being crushed by Beerus's destruction ki. A magical glow around Gogeta's fist seemed to counteract the destruction ki before it could invade or attack Gogeta's body. Gogeta smiled as raised his arm up to punch. However, once Beerus moved to defend, Gogeta switched his punch to a kick and caught him off guard. Gogeta's kick landed on the God of Destruction's hip, sending him flying through the air. Beerus grinned as he saw Gogeta appear in front of him and kicked him in the stomach before he could follow up. Gogeta leaned forward before rocketing his head into Beerus's stomach and following up with a backhand spring kick to the purple cat's chin. Beerus leaned back from the blow before rushing forward with a flying uppercut to the bottom of Gogeta's chin. While he was in the air, Beerus followed up with a spinning back kick that slammed into the fused Saiyan's stomach, forcing Gogeta to tumble back against the ground. The two turned into blurs again as they met in the center of the crater formed by their fight. With a powerful series of punches and kicks, the two powerful beings caused countless seismic waves of concussive force to bounce around the whole training ground like chaotic explosions. Gogeta continued to push himself to the limit as he traded blows with Beerus. Shockwaves of pain rippled throughout him every time Beerus landed an attack, but Gogeta kept on moving. It was clear through this series of exchanges, Beerus still had the lead. Okay, next stage. Gogeta roared as his power surged again. Once again, true Super Saiyan God Red made its appearance, and because he was still under the effects of the Kaioshin times 1000, Gogeta's God Ki exploded with far more power than the battle on Beerus's planet. In response, Beerus really started to cut loose. Okay, let's see how strong you are in this form. Beerus shot forward with a punch so powerful that it could destroy entire galaxies. Gogeta countered with a punch of his own. Sliding past each other's defenses, the two mighty warriors successfully hit one another directly in the face. Beerus chuckled as they both leaned back from the attack, and like crazed men they swung back with full force. They traded blows once again, shot for shot. The two started to connect, making each other cry out in pain as they cut loose. Beerus hit Gogeta in the stomach with a flying jump kick. Reacting almost instantly to the attack, Gogeta gripped his leg with a single hand and quickly powered up a one-handed Big Bang Kamehameha. The massive blast of snow blue ki blasted Beerus directly in his face and sent the God of Destruction flying back into the distance. While Beerus flew through the air, he waved his hands, creating dozens of floating orbs of destruction, and flipped back several dozen times before landing safely on the ground. With blinding speed, Beerus the orbs of destruction, ki just like they were soccer balls, and sent out a massive barrage that forced Gogeta to put his guard up. Crossing his arms, Gogeta felt the small spheres slam into him and force his feet to the ground. The spheres hit him dead on and shot back into the air, where Beerus appeared with a backflip kick to the fusion warrior's neck. Beerus teleported around and continued to kick back his attacks that bounced off of Gogeta's bruised arms. However, Gogeta managed to bring the fight back to the ground. Everyone began to notice Gogeta's feet sliding backward against the grass, burning them while creating smoke trails as Beerus' attacks picked up speed. The barrage of Beerus kicking the spheres of destruction ki was so fast that it looked like one continuous beam hitting Goku from every angle. Grunting in pain, the attack finally broke through as Gogeta's arms flung out and took a few hundred hits to his body. Falling flat onto his back, Gogeta grunted and quickly twisted his body while hopping onto his feet. He stumbled around to regain his stance, showing that Beerus managed to do some decent damage. He watched Beerus juggle the spheres around with his foot like they were soccer balls and took the time to heal the damage to his body with a full cure. "Oh, recovered already," Beerus said as he kicked off the attack again. Feeling his power swell under the Zenkai boost, Gogeta started to dodge the remaining spheres of destruction ki that was hurtling towards him. Smacking them back at the pink-furred feline with a fierce kick, the two began to play a game of kick the orb of destruction. Beerus started to laugh as he picked up the speed. He shouted, "We're really having fun now." Gogeta quickly powered up to true Super Saiyan God Blue and shot through the waves of attacks before landing a punch on Beerus's gut. Beerus's eyes bulged as he went tumbling backward several times over. Gogeta then flew after and punched at him again while he was close to the ground. Beerus rolled out of the way and kicked Gogeta upside his head, sending Gogeta's face crashed into the ground. When Gogeta's face hit the surface of the timeless training grounds, the kinetic energy gathered by the attack alone caused a supermassive explosion. However, before Beerus could continue, Gogeta flew out of the blast and slid across the ground before he swiped Beerus's legs like they were a pair of scissors with his legs. Beerus fell face-first and hit the ground with a resounding whap. Slapping his hands on the ground, Gogeta ki shot up from underneath Beerus's stomach and exploded, shooting the god of destruction into the air. Before Beerus could respond, Gogeta flew up and knee-kicked him in the chin. Then, with a spinning front flip heel kick to the god of destruction's stomach, Gogeta sent Beerus flying back towards the ground. Seconds away before Beerus's face touched the ground, Gogeta appeared and did a forward leaping kick into Beerus's back. Beerus flew back and bounced across the timeless training ground surface like a stone skipping on water. Every time he bounced, it caused a massive explosion to go off from the speed and friction generated by the attack. However, as he bounced up again, Gogeta appeared in front of him and hit Beerus with an uppercut to the chin. Gogeta started to lay into him with hundreds of blows. Punch after punch, kick after kick, Gogeta was landing all of his attacks, unknowingly pushing Beerus to the edge of his tolerance. For the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, Beerus acted without reserve. The notion he was fighting a mortal disappeared completely as he powered up to max. A thin layer of destruction ki surrounded Beerus's body like a shield, and at that same time, a circle with 3 diamonds beneath it appeared on his chest. As they once again connected with an attack, they both shot back from the force and landed a good 20 feet away from each other. "Not bad. It's been a while since I've used 100% of my God of Destruction form. Now I will return that earlier statement to you, Saiyan. Please don't die. This has been so much fun." Beerus disappeared. He moved so fast, Gogeta almost couldn't follow him. Once again their fists rained across each other's bodies without reserve. Punches that could destroy a small cosmos continued to shake the very fabric of reality. Gogeta laughed as he took massive damage and healed from it a second later. Every time Beerus damaged him, it only caused him to grow stronger and stronger. Gogeta suddenly hit Beerus with a gut punch and a spinning sidekick. As Beerus was flung off into the distance, Gogeta powered up and held his hands back at his side. His feet took the stance of the Gallic Gon while his hand performed the Kamehameha maneuver. Mega Flare Kamehameha! A bright blast of energy shot out from Gogeta's hands. It was surrounded by radiant blue bolts of lightning, and the blast itself was made of a white-colored high-temperature flame. Gogeta had merged Vegeta's Gallican and most powerful fire-based spell, Flare, into Goku's most powerful ki attack, causing even the God of Destruction not to hold back as he countered with a powerful blast of his most potent destruction ki. "End of all!" Beerus shouted as the black and purple beam shot out of his hands and clashed against Gogeta's attack. Whis smiled. Mixing mana with ki, it's no wonder it can resist Beerus's destruction ki. This Gogeta is very impressive. It's almost like its opposite. It's not creation ki, only Kaioshins are permitted to wield such forces. Could Gogeta have the makings of a god of creation? The blast continued to shake everything in sight when Beerus suddenly noticed he was losing ground slightly. The thought of him losing triggered something inside him. Beerus suddenly shouted as his power started to grow. Whis was right. I am getting rusty. Gogeta struggled against the blast with everything he could. The two gods struggled back and forth for several minutes before the god of destruction finally started to give way. He, the one and only god of destruction for Universe 7, was actually being pushed back by an unanointed god. Beerus suddenly began to laugh maniacally as his power started to grow rapidly. For the first time in eons, Beerus was getting stronger. No, it was more accurate to say he was recovering his lost strength. The blast had shifted entirely to Beerus's control. Gogeta put everything into the blast. Their powers matched up for a split second and suddenly exploded. Whis raised his staff to contain the explosion and watched as the two gods started to fight with incredible ferocity. Gogeta hit Beerus 10 times with devastating punches that ran straight down the center of his body. First the nose, neck, chest, stomach, and then his groin. Next, Gogeta raised his feet and kicked it out. Going from the bottom up, Gogeta landed a feet sweeping kick, then followed up a powerful front kick to Beerus's back. The god of destruction's body flew into the air while Gogeta gave chase and performed a flying knee kick to the back of Beerus's neck. As Beerus's body flipped forward from the blow, Gogeta performed a front flip kick, sending his heel straight between the center of Beerus's eyes. The blow sent Beerus flying into the ground. However, Gogeta wasn't about to stop just yet. Raising his hand, a shroud of ice magic appeared in the center of his palm. Before Gogeta pointed his hand towards the fallen god of destruction and shouted, "Ice Storm Big Bang Attack." A massive ball of energy infused with ice magic descended upon Beerus in full force. As soon as it landed, the entire landscape shifted to white as an explosion of frost covered up the terrain for hundreds of miles. Gogeta hovered in the air as he sensed Beerus beneath the surface of the snowy plain, growing stronger for every second that passed. "AHH!" Beerus's shout started to shake the entire realm. The surface of the snow around them began to produce steam. As the ice melted, revealing a wounded god of destruction, blood poured from the Beerus's lips and out from several dozen bruises and cuts on his body. A large portion of his chest was missing a chunk of skin, and he even was sporting a fairly large black eye that swelled up a bit. Beerus, pleased with the Super Saiyan god's strength, raised his arm, creating a massive star in the palm of his hand. "Perish!" Beerus shouted as he flicked the sphere of plasma at Gogeta. Gogeta punched out and shattered the attack when Beerus appeared beside him and said, "My turn." Raising his foot, Gogeta felt the air leave his lungs as Beerus's kick landed against his sternum. Then, without warning or being able to sense it properly, Beerus's knee was raised right above the center of Gogeta's lip. Blood spurted out of Gogeta's mouth as the kick sent his head reeling back. He gritted his teeth and held on long enough to feel the devastation of Beerus's attacks. 3 punches to the side of his head, a spinning kick that nearly cut through his neck, and before Gogeta could raise his arms to defend, a fierce blast ran through his chest. Gogeta's body went limp. The entire time Gogeta fell to the surface, Beerus continued to punch and kick most of his vital areas. Just before Gogeta's face hit the ground, Beerus grabbed his ankle and started slamming him back and forth against the training ground's all but indestructible floors. The spectators watched on in horror, while Whis never broke character, remaining chipper and happy throughout the entire duration of the match. Beerus continued to swing Gogeta back and forth until the fused Saiyan was covered in bloody wounds. Spinning Gogeta around a few times before Beerus threw him into the air, the god of destruction started to shoot at him with dozens of finger beams. The blast shot through Gogeta's chest and caused him to fall onto the ground in a pool of blood. However, he never screamed in pain. Gogeta laughed as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A bright glow surrounded his body, and his power shot up even more than before. The wounds on his body closed, and his power was fully restored. Beerus smiled as he saw him getting even stronger. "Come, Lord Beerus, I haven't had my fill of this fun," Gogeta shouted as he pulled himself from the ground. Everyone looked at him wide-eyed, and the Saiyans cheered at the top of their lungs for getting to witness such a fight. The two stared down at each other and got into their stances again. "Prepare to lose, Saiyan," Beerus shouted. Gogeta's power raged. His body had grown several times stronger after the thrashing that was given to him by Lord Beerus, and he was looking to unleash it all for some payback. Gogeta then raised his hands and shouted, "Stardust Spirit Bomb X! To all the Saiyans in here, please grant me your strength. To all the life that walks these training grounds, I ask to borrow just a bit of your power." Gogeta sent out a mental message that spanned across the entire created dimension. Everyone raised their hands, and the multitude of life that existed inside the training grounds gave Gogeta their energy, the Saiyans and their family especially. After a few minutes, the energy gathered, causing a massive sphere of multicolored cot around the size of a small moon to appear above Gogeta's head. The entire realm glowed with a beautiful and prismatic light, while the Stardust Genki Dharma continued to grow. Gogeta began imbuing the attack with his most powerful explosion spell, taking the power of the technique to a whole new level. Gogeta turned to Beerus and with a burst of confidence said, "This is my most powerful attack yet, but it won't be my last. My head is just bursting with ideas. So I hope you can survive. Wait, can you even kill a god of destruction with his guardian around?" Beerus looked at the attack with some trepidation in his heart. He then took a deep breath and began to ease the tension in his body, dropping his posture and lowering his stance to a more relaxed look. Beerus cracked his neck and stretched out his arms before saying, "You've done well to entertain me, Gogeta. I think that this is where I'll end the fight." Gogeta threw his arms down, causing the attack to charge towards Beerus with a speed completely different from the Spirit Bomb's usual slow pacing. The blast collided with Beerus's open hands as he pushed out and was swallowed up by the attack. Whis showed a slight change in expression only for a second as he watched Beerus struggle to contain the might of the attack. Suddenly, a large supernova of an explosion rocked the entire space for billions of light years around them. Gogeta's eyes stared at the massive crater caused by the attack, and then he smiled before saying, "Well, you're still alive." Beerus was covered in wounds, his arm still reaching out with his hand in a defensive manner. Smoke was slowly rising from his palm. However, his face showed a pleased expression, almost as if he had experienced true bliss. Beerus let out a breath of fresh air and closed his eyes. The wounds on his body began to heal. No, it was more like he was using Destruction Key to destroy the damage. "Can you do that? Healing with Destruction Key?" Gogeta shouted in incredulity. Beerus cricked his neck as he chuckled and said, "You can, only if you know what to destroy, and as a god of destruction, there is nothing that I cannot destroy." Leaning forward with his arms relaxed, Beerus showed an extremely carefree pose. His body slunk down slightly, and all the destructive aura around him disappeared without a trace. Beerus then closed his eyes, let out a slight and calm breath. Suddenly, a light-colored aura started to rise from Beerus. The edges of his fur began to turn white, while his entire body glowed with intense and radiant heat. Beerus then opened his eyelids to reveal pitch-black eyes that looked as if there were stars being born inside them. Gogeta stared on in wide-eyed and awed as he realized just what this form was. "Ultra Instinct," Gogeta shouted, feeling tense all over. Beerus licked his paws and rubbed his ears before yawning. "You know, this is only going to last a second." Gogeta didn't even have time to refute the god of destruction before the cat-like being disappeared completely from his sight. Unable to sense or even see Beerus's move, Goku suddenly gagged as he felt a stinging sensation in his gut. Looking at his stomach, Gogeta saw Beerus's finger poking through his skin and sending out a massive surge of godkid that crippled Gogeta's insides. Gogeta yelled out in pain as he lost consciousness and diffused while plummeting towards the ground. Whis used his scepter to collect their bodies before he restored them from their battle damage. Beerus then licked his paws and spoke in a chipper tone, "This is the best fight I've had in forever." Vegeta and Goku woke up and took one look around before sighing in defeat. "We lost, huh?" Vegeta shook his head with a bit of disappointment. Goku, on the other hand, couldn't contain his smile. That was awesome. Let's try again, but this time with 3 people fused. Beerus froze and shouted with wide eyes, "You can fuse with even more people." He then shook his head while thinking, maybe I should start training again.
Whatever.
Even if you fused with every Saiyan on this planet, you still wouldn't be able to beat me now that I've accessed this form. Beerus said confidently. Whis smiled and said, I'm very proud of you for accessing the Ultra Instinct state, Lord Beerus. However, you are still far from mastering it. Your eyes have yet to change completely, and much of your fur remains purple. Not to mention the goal is to control both destruction and Ultra Instinct at the same time. Beerus rolled his eyes as he powered down and turned to Whis. Come, I'm hungry after that workout. Goku and Vegeta let out a breath of fresh air as they fell back onto their asses. Man, he's tough. What did Gugokita call that? Ultra Instinct? Vegeta sat up and watched Whis and Beerus being supplied with food. It's the art of self-movement. Something unique happens to you when you tap into that state. You have to be both tense and relaxed at the same time. That sounds impossible, Goku shouted. How am I supposed to be both tense and relaxed? That's a contraction. The word you're thinking of is contradiction, and no, it is possible. After all, Beerus just showed us the proof. Vegeta cured their wounds and stood up. As they walked back over to their awestruck family, Goku held his hands behind his head and said, So, Trunks, still think we can't take this Cell guy? Trunks shook his head. I'm sorry for doubting you guys. It's just I didn't want you all to experience the same loss I had to deal with. Vegeta placed his hand on his shoulder. We won't, as long as we're prepared for future challenges. Our worlds won't fall. Vegeta suddenly had an idea. I figured out what I want my next wish to be. Vegeta told Trunks to train while he gathered the Dragon Balls. After summoning Reborn again, Vegeta wished to make the star that they orbited would have its age locked where it was today. Now this universe really would be eternal. Taking Planet Solada's Dragon Balls into the training grounds, Vegeta saw Gohan training with future Trunks. Beerus was back in the living area and feasting on several good meals with Goku, and Bardock was watching over the trainees. He smiled and placed them down before he joined them. After eating, he turned to Gohan, who had managed to almost perfect Primal Super Saiyan. Bardock, have you perfected your Primal Super Saiyan form yet? Vegeta asked. Bardock nodded his head. I have, sir. Vegeta shook his head. Stop calling me that. Vegeta is fine. Anyways, come. It's time to teach you and Gohan how to achieve the true Super Saiyan God form. Vegeta also thought it was time for his father to catch up as well. He needed a strong stand-in king while he was off training, so he pulled Vegeta Sr. into his training regiment and shook his head in disappointment as he discovered that his father had only just reached Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta then spent a full year inside the training grounds after bribing Whis with new foods in order to train him and Goku. 3 months into their training, Gohan learned the method to create God Ki. He and Bardock trained harshly until they both managed to transform into true Super Saiyan gods. Vegeta's father foolishly skipped mastering his primal form and accessed the lower class of Saiyan god. Future Trunks finally managed to reach Super Saiyan 4, but because he still hadn't mastered the primordial transformation, he couldn't reach the true Super Saiyan god level yet. But at least he was on the right path. Goku and Vegeta were also close to discovering the next form. Vegeta had a strange idea. If triggering Super Saiyan in the God form caused the blue transformation, then what would happen if he tried to add the Super Saiyan 2 power to the transformation? However, they realized it wasn't as simple as using Super Saiyan 2. Every time they tried, it felt like something was blocking them. It's not as simple as using Super Saiyan. It feels like there is more to it than simply triggering the form as a god, Vegeta commented. I know what you mean. It feels more like something inside us was unlocked after achieving true Super Saiyan God Blue, Goku replied, scratching his head with a confused expression. Whis was listening in on their conversation when he offered his advice. I think you're on the right track after all. Not once since you two have started training have you transformed. Vegeta nodded his head. If we are right, then this new transformation will require our base forms to have much more durability than what we have now. Yeah, I felt that too, like our bodies just can't handle the new power yet, Goku shouted. Other than standard training, Whis had also drilled the basics of Ultra Instinct into the two Saiyans. He was very impressed with their progress. Goku was a natural who had a problem with staying too loose. Vegeta, however, was far different than he was in the original timeline. He wasn't as tense as he used to be, and even accepted the training to relax his body without raising much of a fuss. Many months into their training, Whis had a brilliant idea and suggested that Vegeta train in Goku's style, while Goku is to train in Vegeta's style. Bulma used her resourceful mind and parent to fix up Yamcha and Android 16. During the process, she had learned a lot from the android and cyborg inner workings. One of the biggest discoveries allowed her to understand and create her own infinite energy reactor. Vegeta just smiled and celebrated with his wife the old-fashioned way, a date at a nice restaurant, a night out on the town, little alcohol, and several hours of making love. 6 months into their training, Vegeta's father finally managed to master Super Saiyan 3 and achieved Super Saiyan 4. In fact, most of his family had managed to reach Super Saiyan 4, including Kid Trunks, Raunch, and Goat. What came after was the manifestation of their primordial bodies. The rule was, if you don't master all the previous forms, you are not allowed to transform into a primal Super Saiyan. Of course, Vegeta explained why and wasn't completely strict about the law. He had exceptions for that very rule. Should your life be in danger or a threat in a mission is too tough to handle, one may attempt to use the primordial Super Saiyan form. Bulma was still rather young and doing basic training with Garnier. She insisted on starting their training early, saying that as the princess of all Saiyans, it was her duty to be stronger than her papa. However, her mother refused to let her train, often saying, "You haven't grown enough." However, with enough begging and pleading, Bulma eventually settled for letting her daughter perform basic ki training and light workouts. After the full year had passed, and with Whis constantly training them, Vegeta and Goku grew in power by a great deal. Their new base power level was 80 trillion, and most of their family benefited from observing or taking part in the training as well. Even Krillin managed to train until his power level reached 10 trillion, impressing everyone. To celebrate the growth in his Saiyan race and mastering true Super Saiyan God Blue, Vegeta invited Beerus and Whis to the opening of the first bottle of heavenly wine. When Whis smelled the aroma, he smiled and cheerfully asked, "Oh my, is this fermented from the fruit grown by the sacred world tree? We call it the Tree of Might. And to answer your question, yes. It has also been aged here for a little over 250 years inside the training grounds, of course. That's only 3 months outside." Vegeta poured everyone a cup. Beerus licked his lips before saying, "It's been a long time since I've tasted wine from the heavenly tree." Vegeta swallowed the cup, as did everyone else. Even the children were allowed to drink a single sip. Everyone's power started to surge. Vegeta's eyes widened as he felt his base power skyrocket. Normally, when eating the fruit, one would only get a ×15 bonus to their base power. However, when he fermented a whole jar of them, the effects grew concentrated and were significantly enhanced. A single cup of the wine multiplied his power by 30 times, and the humans who drank it received even greater bonuses for some reason. Vegeta and Goku's new power level was 2.4 quadrillion, and Krillin had an astonishing 1.4 quadrillion, with Tain only a little weaker than him. Gohan and Bardock were the next strongest by having a power level in the 2 quadrillion zone, followed by the rest of the Z fighters' multi-hundred trillion power level range. Only the children still remained in the hundreds of billions, but were still downright frightening. After the sudden surge of power, Vegeta and Goku knew that they had finally grown strong enough to attempt the next form of Super Saiyan God. Once the two celestial beings enjoyingly devoured their feast, Beerus demanded Whis make him a castle inside the training room. "I like this place," Beerus said, scratching his chin. "It is rather nice in here," Whis chuckled. "Whis, make me a castle here." "If the time difference really is 1,000 times greater than the outside, then this place would be a great vacation spot, not to mention the good food." Beerus ordered while rubbing his full stomach. Whis smiled his head as he raised and created a copy of Beerus's planet above the training grounds clouds. Now, floating alongside one of their moons was a copy of the God of Destruction's castle, complete with withered tree and all. Vegeta then walked over to Goku and said, "Ready to take this to the next level?" "You bet, Vegeta." Goku grinned as he walked beside his rival. Vegeta and Goku stood side by side with everyone viewing their spectacle with great anticipation. They powered up to true Super Saiyan God Blue and continued to shout out as they pushed their power far past its limit. Don't think of it as transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Think of it as unleashing a higher tier of God Ki, Vegeta informed. Right, Goku shouted as he pushed his limits. The hair and fur of the two Saiyan gods began getting much darker than its usual blue, right up until it shifted into the purple spectrum. Their hair floated around, getting gradually more spiky, while their irises started to change purple with black pupils. Crackling bolts of purple lighting surrounded by a black glow began to engulf their physiques with violent movements. With a loud shout, the energy that erupted from them started to shake the entire pocket world. Suddenly, a massive beam of purple light soared from their bodies as their hair shifted to their Super Saiyan 2 styles. Vegeta and Goku now stood across from each other as a true Super Saiyan God Purple, a fusion of red and blue. Vegeta felt the new power surging through his body. Purple, but I didn't feel the powers fusing. The red and blue God Kicker are coexisting with the new purple. No, it's more like red and blue activated the purple God essence. Vegeta mumbled. That does make more sense. But it really is like Super Saiyan 2's power and mobility problem. Goku shouted, I feel like the stamina drain of my true Super Saiyan God Red is far lesser than blue, but now not only is that difference is gone, we're also thousands of times stronger than before. Goku powered up. Let's see. Red converts all mortal ki into God ki, blue gives us incredible control, and purple empowers our bodies, bringing out the full power of our speed and strength. Vegeta commented. Vegeta then pulled out his Dragon Scouter and quickly checked their new power level. As he looked at the words that appeared in front of his eyes, Vegeta grinned at mid-tier earthly god ranking they had achieved. Well, I'll be. So it's mortal god, earthly god, and the last is probably heavenly god. Wonder if there is anything higher. Just as he was about to put away his scouter, Vegeta saw Piccolo's power suddenly surging into the skies. Everyone nearby, Vegeta included, looked off into the distance to see him meditating. Piccolo suddenly let out a roar that shook the space around his body. His power level was rapidly climbing to crazy heights, while the aura around his body grew denser. When he finally stopped, Piccolo's entire body had changed. His physique had become more dragon-like in appearance as his power started to breach into the high-tier heaven ranking. Firstly, Piccolo's eyes turned emerald green and gained slitted pupils. His skin was slightly lighter than his usual dark green tone, almost as if it were glowing. A dragon's tail sprouted from his back and slammed against the ground. His fangs grew more pronounced as scale-like markings spread across his body, while his height had grown 2 feet taller. Overall, Piccolo was much muscular than his base form. Lastly, his antennae grew longer and bent backward, reaching down the back of his head, and only stopped growing when they reached the center of his shoulder blades. Piccolo let out one final shout when a single strange dark stream of energy flew out of his body. The shadowy figure projected from his body was in the shape of a smoky flood dragon, roaring angrily at the heavens. As the manifestation of Piccolo's negative heart screeched out in pain and vanished into thin air, the now Super Namekian suddenly looked at his hands before he started laughing. I did it. After 100 years of meditation, I cleansed my soul completely of any darkness. Vegeta was shocked to sense the power boost to the Super Namekian form was an astonishing times 5,000 modifier. Piccolo didn't stop there. Like a limiter had been removed from his body, Piccolo's continued to power up, while a burst of red ki surrounded him. With a loud booming echo of force, Piccolo's body transformed once more. However, this time he was using Godkan. Keeping his draconic appearance, the scales on his body turned into a light hue of red. His eyes glowed with crimson color, while his power level read as mid-tier mortal god ranking. Goku looked at Piccolo with an intense desire to fight, and naturally, Piccolo abided. Seeing as they would be locked in combat for a while, Vegeta took this time to make 2 more wishes with Reimagine. First, he wished for the planet Vampa that Broly was stranded on to become more Earth-like. In response, it was given an ocean, lakes, and millions of different animals that came from Earth. He also made sure to get rid of the giant bugs torturing Broly's only friend on the planet by relocating them to a bug-only world. At least he won't have to eat such disgusting things now, Vegeta thought. However, he didn't know if he would still meet Shilai because of his actions. Luckily, they have Dragon Balls. By using his second wish, he assured that they would meet. Don't want the guy to lose his girl just because I messed with the timeline. After making his wish, he stored the Dragon Balls in his house inside the training grounds and waited for Goku to finish his fight. Piccolo fared well against Goku's true Super Saiyan God Red form, but eventually was defeated because of how new the Namekian God Red form was to him. Krillin sighed as he looked at Piccolo and Goku finish their fight. Vegeta walked up to him and said, "Cheer up, maybe there's a superhuman state or something. At the very least, becoming a god for humans has to be possible. After all, I'm pretty sure the previous guardian gods of Earth were human." Krillin smiled. "Yeah, I'm not giving up. I might even use the Dragon Balls to see if there is such a method." Vegeta nodded his head and decided to leave along with Whis and Beerus. He had only spent 8.75 hours outside the timeless training grounds. Vegeta looked up at Luna with an impatient stare. They still had a couple of months until Cell would be completed, and it was beginning to make his blood boil. He wondered just how powerful he would become. Vegeta then shook his head. They could train until they were strong enough to reach Jiren, but they still needed rest their bodies and relax. This too was part of their training. So, in the end, Vegeta continued to take it easy with his family and friends. He even checked up on Yamcha, and after seeing he had regained his memories, the Z fighter turned cyborg asked to be returned to Earth, specifically the desert. "I think I'm going to use my powers for something good. Maybe I'll turn that desert into a forest." Vegeta nodded his head. "So you don't want to continue training as a Z fighter?" Yamcha shook his head. "No, I think I'm done with fighting. It just doesn't interest me anymore. Maybe I'll settle down with that Android 2 girl." Vegeta smiled and teleported him and Android 16 back to Earth with his Zoom spell. Bulma had learned enough from tinkering with their bodies that she could build an android of her own, so Vegeta asked her to make a few to become training robots for the Saiyans to fight against. Bulma smiled and gave him a peck on the cheek. "I already started working on the designs." Vegeta laughed as he carried her to bed with a cheerful expression. The next day, Vegeta and Goku took their family and friends to planet Metamor. They spent the next 2 months studying and training with the denizens of the planet circling a radiant brown dwarf. Tenin was surprised to see other people of the same race as himself, walking around and as the most powerful clan residing on the planet. After meeting with the Grandmaster, Zihei noticed the talent contained within Tien and took the Earth-raised Metamorian in as an inner court disciple. Tien was pleased to finally understand his origins while Krillin shook his head. "Another alien. Was I the only Z fighter that was human?" "Yamcha was human. Now's he a cyborg." "Holy crap, you're the only human Zik fighter," Tien muttered. "What about Chiaotzu?" Gohan questioned. "I think he's human," Tien mulled it over. "I am," Chiaotzu shouted. "You sure about that? I've never seen a human with skin as pale as yours. Not to mention those 2 circular cherry red birthmarks. You remind me of those old tales about ghosts. Are you sure you aren't part spirit or something?" Krillin lifted a brow. "You're one to talk. What kind of human doesn't have a nose?" Chiaotzu shouted. "I was born with a physical idiosyncrasy that allows me to breathe through the pores of my skin." Krillin crossed his arms and huffed. "Oh, Tien is not pure Metamorian. He is a half-breed, so he is part Earthling. As for your friend, I have never seen any species like him," Zihei informed as he looked at Chiaotzu. "Wait, have you seen Earthlings on Metamor before?" Vegeta asked. Yes, there was a time where many Earthlings had great powers and roamed the cosmos. The guardian gods were the strongest of their kind. However, it seems that there haven't been any of late, Zahe said while shaking his head. While they all chatted about the implications of a human traveling the cosmos, Zahe explained many things about Metamorian culture. His newly extended family had much to teach him about the true power contained within his third eye. Tien and Chiaotzu spent much of their time training with the Grand Master and learning from the three-eyed race's many techniques. Krillin went around seeing what could help him improve his own techniques and even managed to make a few based on what he learned. Trunks, Raunch, and Goten were all eager to learn the fusion dance. They even started arguing over who got to fuse with who first. Goku and Vegeta went around sparring with several different races and learning from them with every fight. Bulma explored the techniques and wondered if she could make technology that aided her in fighting, a super suit, or even something that can extend the fusion dance's duration. Raditz and Launch learned from many different martial artists and continued to grow alongside their daughter. When it came time to leave, the highest members of the Metamorian society bid them farewell with kindness this time. Out of all the Zest fighters, Tien went through the largest growth in power during this trip. He had caught up with Krillin, and the two sat comfortably as the Earthlings' mightiest non-Saiyans. With a power level of 1.5 quadrillion, even Goku and Vegeta could get a good fight out of them. Vegeta and Goku had learned many new styles of dozens of new martial arts, mainly stuff related to pure combat. There were only a few techniques that they were interested in, such as greater ki control methods, martial arts that had unique abilities, and a few movement techniques that increased their base speed. The biggest thing Goku walked away with was greater control over life force-based K, allowing him to fuse his Genki Dama into all of his K attacks. While Vegeta's largest gain was him learning new magic spells, different methods of manipulating his mana and mana functionality. After a while, he managed to pull off what he was only able to do as Go-Getter, successfully fusing his mana with ki into a single attack. With his new teachings, the Saiyan King had the ability to take his attacks to whole new levels. Vegeta looked to Goku and felt a bit of his rivalry flare up as he thought about fusing with Goku. Just by combining their minds, Go-Getter easily managed to pull off fusing mana and ki, while he alone took several weeks to succeed in such an endeavor. Grunting and completely ignoring his own potential, Vegeta gripped his fist tightly before thinking, "That bastard really does have too much potential. I have to train like hell just to keep my lid." Raunch, Goten, and Trunks learned the fusion dance, as well as several other arts that they intended to use on their fathers during training. Piccolo absorbed things like a sponge in water. Ever since he broke through his limits and defeated his heart's inner demon, Piccolo's restriction to be a warrior class only disappeared. The true Super Namekian could now use Dragon Sage arts as well as having an immeasurable pool of fighting potential. He could even make his own set of Dragon Balls if he wanted to. It wasn't just his power that had changed either. It was his whole demeanor. Piccolo smiled more often, showing kindness and respect to everyone he crossed. Every chance he got, Piccolo dispensed charity to those in need of it, and not once since his change has anyone ever seen him frown or exhibit a single violent demeanor, with the exception of when he's fighting. Piccolo had become more calm and relaxed, at peace with himself and his place in the universe. They returned to Earth and checked up on Cell's condition. Meeting met with Bulma and her parents at Capsule Corp. Seeing that he was a few days away from completion, future Trunks asked Bulma to help him find the stolen time machine. It took her a while, but after a few hours, Bulma managed to successfully locate the device by scanning for the radiation emitted by the unique fuel that only the time machine could possibly use. After locating the stolen time machine, Vegeta saw the same husks laying around, clearly belonging to Cell. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't sense Cell anywhere. Odd, was he killed by the new androids? Shaking his head, Vegeta knew that even if he was somehow still alive, future Cell would be no match for them. However, just in case, Vegeta decided to take the Lapis and Lazuli to planet Salada. When Vegeta showed up at the island, he greeted Master Roshi with respect, especially since Goku and Roshi had started to teach him the Kami style. It really was similar to learning Ultra Instinct. It made a great stepping stone to bridge the gap and shorten the time to reach basic mastery of the technique. He then had to explain to the surviving cyborgs that if they didn't harm anyone, then they were free to live as they pleased. To make sure they got the picture, Vegeta powered up just to give them a scare. "Don't get any ideas about killing anyone, and we won't have problems," Vegeta stated as he powered down. He then went on to explain a thing or two about Cell, and in return, they told him about how they ended up at Kame House. Vegeta grinned and thought, Krillin, that little devil, he's already charmed her. He could tell when they spoke about Krillin, they had a great deal of respect. Krillin, the android whisperer, everybody, Vegeta thought with a chuckle. "Well, Krillin is training on planet Salada. If you wish to join him, I can send you there. It would also make me feel better if you are off-world while we deal with the whole Cell issue," Vegeta said, as he grabbed their shoulders. Before they could say anything, Vegeta transported them to planet Salada. When they arrived in a single blink, they were taken aback as they saw the view around them. "Welcome to what used to be planet Venus." Vegeta raised his hands out. He let them ask their questions and answered truthfully. There exist a set of magical spheres that can grant wishes. They are called Dragon Balls. Gather all 7 and you can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish within its power. Surprised by such a magical item, the three chatted about various things as he led them to the training grounds, inviting them in to meet with Krillin. After they met up, Krillin was just as surprised to learn that they were made by Gero. His fellow Z-fighters shared his sentiments, and future Trunks glared at them with venom in his eyes. Krillin showed a great deal of concern for the two twins. "You're not going to destroy them, are you?" Vegeta laughed. "No, not as long as they don't start anything. Besides, I think that they hate Gero as much as we do." Krillin finally relaxed while Vegeta noticed Lazuli's face turn slightly red from Krillin's defense of them. Vegeta then looked to Krillin and said, "I want them to stay on Salada while we take care of Cell. I'm not willing to take the chance that the other one from the future isn't slinking around somewhere." "What is that supposed to mean?" Lazuli asked. "A creature that was built to absorb you might be roaming around on Earth. I don't want to risk your safety and give a potential enemy a way to power up," Vegeta commented. "Of course, Gero would make something like that." Lapis frowned and shook his head. "Wait, you don't want an enemy to get stronger?" Krillin looked baffled. "Not at the expense of a living person. I won't sacrifice people to earn a good fight," Vegeta said as he rolled his eyes and pointed to the cyborgs. "That's really mature of you, Vegeta," Goku said as he patted him on the back.
Get your hand off me, fool. What if your stupidity is contagious?
Vegeta joked before chuckling. "Funny," Goku gave a deadpan expression. "Anyways, go out and take these two to the lab on Luna. The doctors there can remove Gero's programming and fix their memories." Vegeta said he looked at the cyborgs. Krillin nodded his head and said, "Right. They fixed up Yamcha, Lapis and Lazuli should be a piece of cake. I don't feel too comfortable letting some lab coat poke around my noggin." Lapis shook his head. "I know how you feel, bro." Lazuli grabbed her arms and shook. "I promise they'll only remove the software Gero installed. It'll get rid of that nagging voice telling you to kill Son Goku," Vegeta informed. "Yamcha, our buddy, was in a similar situation as you two. Gero got a hold of him and turned him into a cyborg. Bulma, this guy's wife, managed to restore all his memories and removed Gero's mind control software. I give you my word, all of this is legit. No harm will come to you two." Krillin bowed. "All right, we get it. Stop with the wishy-washy stuff." Lapis turned his head towards the moon. "Hey, Vegeta, does this place have monsters and stuff?" "Quite a few young Saiyans fight them to grow in strength and experience, but we don't kill them if we're not looking for food. We have more livestock than anything." Vegeta thought of all the giant cows and chickens roaming Salada. "Cool. I'll check it out," Lapis said as Lazuli rolled her eyes. Krillin chuckled watching Lapis smile ear to ear before he began to show them around the place. With that taken care of, Vegeta teleported back to Earth and waited outside the lab for Cell to be completed. The last few couple days of Cell's gestation, Vegeta and Goku stayed at Capsule Corp, training in the gravity room. As the sun had risen on the final morning, Vegeta and Goku sensed a powerful ki explode from the basement of Jiro's lab. Android Zero quickly made his move and flew off to Cell's side. "Oh, that's some crazy power," Goku shouted as he teleported over. "Just an infant, and already his power level is above 1 quadrillion. Vegeta followed after and frowned as the ground suddenly shook. Inside the lab, Android 2 had started to run for her life. As she passed Android Zero, she shook her head and simply called out, "Fool," before she accessed the underground escape tunnels. Android Zero held out his hand to the glowing humanoid figure that was inches away from him. "I understand," Cell's childlike voice called out. As Cell's hand touched Android Zero's chest, the mechanical being smiled and said, "At last, I am alive." Cell absorbed Android Zero into his flesh before a great power erupted into a massive aura that shot high into the world's stratosphere. The entire world was shaking. Vegeta and Goku were astonished by the power growing beneath their feet, so much so that when the energy started affecting the gravity around them, the two Saiyans were forced to retreat more than a few miles away as they watched the birth of one of the most powerful beings they had ever sensed. "Holy crap, Vegeta, do you feel that?" Goku shouted. Vegeta grunted as he pulled out his scouter to see that the being in the center of the light had finally settled into his base power level, 800 quadrillion, Vegeta said as he looked at the new version of Cell floating amongst the rubble. The artificial humanoid looked completely different than his original timeline version. For one, he was far more human-looking. New Cell had a more than few lines running across his skin. Each of them formed a pattern that was reminiscent of his perfect form's armor, only it was just a simple blackish outline while the rest of his body was fleshy, like a human. Cell's tail was the same peachy color that the rest of his skin was. It was around the same length as Frieza's tail in his final form, however, lacked the usual signature pin needle shape that the original Cell had. His feet were in the shape of a frost demon's appendage, alongside small black orbs centered in chest, kneecaps, and elbows. Cell's hands had 5 fingers and claws like a Namekian. His dark green hair was spiked up and short, something close to Gohan's mystic form, only without the bangs, and his face was handsome with a pointed chin, almost a perfect replica of Android Zero, after absorbing 17 and 18's IERs. His body was slightly taller than Goku by around 4 inches, lean and well-built, but nowhere near as bulky as the original. The android's eyes were the same purple iris and black pupils Vegeta recalled from the canon version. As he opened his mouth, Cell shouted, "I am complete perfect. No, I am the ultimate life form, Ultra Cell. Maybe you should pick a different name," Vegeta said as he looked over his impressive opponent. Being honest with himself, Vegeta was shocked to see Cell continue to grow even stronger just by standing still. The moment his power reading made it to 1999 quintillion, it slowly changed to low-tier mortal god ranking. So, quintillion is the limit for normal K until it can challenge God K, Vegeta said as he looked at Cell slowly land on the ground. The scouter finally stopped rising once it reached mid-tier mortal god ranking. Goku and Vegeta couldn't help but whistle as Cell used magic to create an outfit for himself. It was a long-sleeved two-tone shirt. The center of it was a gradient shift between black and green from the collar to the hem, and the sleeves were green and had black spots covering them like Cell's old skin. Cell's pants were dark green in color, and he wore a pair of knee-high boots that looked like his old leg's exoskeleton. If you want to see the general gist of what Cell looks like, check this image out. It is sites www.deviantart.com, Atari Betch, Art, Frieza, and Cell Human version 69, 71, and 75. He then looked over to Vegeta and Goku and said, "Well, I guess I should thank the two of you for allowing me to be born. However, I hope you don't think that means I'm going to spare you now. I still have my programming to follow after all." Vegeta grunted. "You don't have the power to defeat us. In fact, Kakarot's son here can probably kill you with ease."
"Oh, are you going to change red? Is that what's giving you such confidence? If it is,
I have some bad news for you. I can do you one better. Cell started to power up. The ground around them quaked and the skies roared. Suddenly a bright light covered Cell's body. His skin had turned golden, and his hair had turned red. I suppose I could call this form Red Gold Cell. Vegeta and Goku were stunned. His energy was phenomenal, and they could sense Cooler's golden devil chi and the Saiyan's red god ki merging into an entirely new power. Oh, what's this? Such a powerful god ki, and is that devil chi sense mixed in? Beerus said, looking up at Earth through planet Salada's sky. Whis, this must be that Cell guy Vegeta spoke about. Let's go check him out. Beerus chuckled. Whis nodded his head and tapped his staff. It only took them a second to appear as they teleported next to Goku and Vegeta. Cell was taken completely by surprise and stared down Beerus with a hint of worry. Why can't I sense the end of his strength? This is the artificial human created by the Earthlings. Well, the fact that it can use both God and Devil Ki is impressive, Beerus said as he inspected the being known as Cell. Who the hell are you? Cell barked out with a more than a dissatisfied expression on his face. Cell shook as he sensed the Catman's power wash over him, unable to describe the terror forming in his heart. Cell gulped as he realized, "Fear, I feel fear." Beerus cleared his voice and said, "I am the god of destruction, and you are a mere insect compared to my existence. So, don't get cocky around me, punk. Normally I'd kill you and the human who tried to play Kaioshin, but seeing as you had no say in the matter, I'll let the Saiyans deal with you." Cell cringed at the words. He, the ultimate being, was mocked by a purple bipedal cat. However, he couldn't voice his frustrations as the god of destruction kept on targeting him with killing intent. "This is my first time on Earth, I must say. It's not bad," Beerus said, looking around. "Lots of sentient life and most of them are good at heart. Although a little selfish, they still have room to grow," Beerus said as he placed his hands behind his back. "I noticed, Lord Beerus, and to think that wondrous cooking method comes from this place as well." Whis smiled at the group as he raised his staff. "I think we'll go check out that food stand Bulma was speaking about. Whis, hurry up and summon that woman." Beerus licked his lips. As the angel's staff slammed against the ground, a large circular light appeared around them. Within less than a second, Bulma was teleported beside them. "Woman, take us to this food stand you talked about, and this all-you-can-eat place as well," Beerus demanded. "Don't you take that tone with me," Bulma shouted. With a quick raise of her hand, she slapped Beerus across the face and said, "I was in the middle of playing with my daughter. Do you have any idea how scared she looked when you dragged me here?" Beerus's ears twitched as a handprint appeared on his face. Goku stood shocked. Vegeta's eyes widened just as he saw Beerus raise his hand with an open palm. Transforming into a true Super Saiyan God Purple, Vegeta appeared in front of Beerus and grabbed his hand. "Now I know you weren't thinking about striking my Bulma, Lord Beerus." Beerus twitched and frowned as he couldn't move his hand. Vegeta's power was skyrocketing, his eyes glowing with a fierce and wrathful expression. Beerus was getting ready to rage back at the Saiyan King when Whis stopped them. Because of the recent boost in the Saiyan's power and Beerus slowly getting back into shape, their fight would be equivalent to two gods of destruction going at it. Now, if they were in the training room, Whis wouldn't have interfered, but as they are outside, Whis couldn't risk the universe being destroyed. "Okay, you two, that's enough," Whis said with a placid expression. "Beerus, we could have at least warned Bulma before calling her here. You deserved that slap." Beerus let out an angry but accepting grunt. "And Vegeta, I understand your anger, but do you wish to destroy the universe?" Whis stared at Vegeta. Vegeta grunted and responded with a dull tone, "No." "Then apologize, both of you," Whis commanded. Vegeta looked to the side opposite of Beerus and said, "I'm sorry, I lost my cool." I mumble, "Sorry." Beerus crossed his arms and sulked. Whis then nodded his head in satisfaction. He then summoned a crying 2.5-year-old Bulma. In her fright, she had powered up to a Super Saiyan form and couldn't calm down. Vegeta grinned as he approached his daughter, proud that one so young was able to access the transformation. Bulma did so as well, but she was more worried than proud. It took them a bit of time to calm her down, but after realizing that she was being cradled in her parents' arms, Bulla collapsed from exhaustion. The Super Saiyan form was just too much for her young body to handle at the moment. I suppose I must congratulate you. I assume 2.5 is some kind of record for obtaining the Super Saiyan form, Whis said with a smile on his face. Vegeta smiled and handed Bra over to Bulma. I'll be right back. Until then, Bulma smiled and gave him a kiss. Just make sure to come back in one piece. I'll deal with the god of destruction. I still can't believe you slapped him, Vegeta chuckled. I have the universe's strongest husband. Why would I be worried about holding myself back from being who I am? Bulma said as she started to fly into the air. Come on, Beerus. If you want to eat, then stop your grumbling, Bulma shouted. Beerus started to fly into their air, but just before he did, he turned to Cell and said, If you destroy this planet, I will Hakai you. Beerus held out his hand and disintegrated Cell's finger. Cell was shocked as he found himself unable to regenerate the damage. As Beerus flew off, Cell tore off his finger past the part where Beerus had destroyed. Once his blood spilled across the ground, Cell was relieved to discover he was able to regenerate again. Vegeta turned back to Cell and powered down before saying, We can't fight here. Cell stared down the two Saiyans with a bit of anger. How are you so strong? We can use the Dragon Balls to turn Mars into a habitable planet that's solely for fighting on, Vegeta said, ignoring Cell's question. Okay, but who gets to fight him first? Goku asked, staring at Cell like he was some sort of prize. Me, duh. Goku rolled his eyes. I am talking to you, answer me, damn it, Cell shouted in fury. The fact that they were ignoring him was beginning to drive the android insane. Goku and Vegeta grinned. They held out their hands and started to play a game of rock, paper, scissors. Moments later, Vegeta threw his arms up in victory as Goku lost. Cell started to grind his teeth before throwing up his hands as he shouted, Enough! The android started to power up as high as he could and charged towards the two Saiyans. Vegeta instantly powered up to true Super Saiyan God Blue and captured his hand. Vegeta grinned and said, Take it easy, we can have our fight soon enough. Vegeta then forced Cell down onto his knee and continued speaking calmly. Kakarot, make the wish so that Mars becomes habitable. Increase the gravity to 1G, and no matter how large the damage, everything on Mars must be able to regenerate all damage done to it, or at the least, recreate the mass as it's destroyed in an instant. Goku nodded his head as he used his instant transmission to go back to planet Salada. Vegeta kept Cell from moving for more than a few minutes with a smirk on his face. After Goku made the wishes, he returned to Earth and said, It's done. Now we have a planet we can go all out on. Still holding on to Cell, Vegeta teleported him to Mars and Goku followed close behind. When they arrived, Vegeta saw a massive blue and green world. There was no life other than bacterial. The air was crisp and new. Even the plant life was free from insects that terrorize it. Vegeta breathed in the air and let Cell go as said, got that new planet smell. This is where we'll fight. What the how did we? Was that teleportation? Cell stared at the two Saiyans in horror. He knew his objective was to kill Son Goku, but he could tell that his power was still sorely lacking. The android balled his fists in frustration as he thought, if only I had time to train. This body is still brand new, and my potential has hardly been tapped into. Vegeta then transformed into his true Super Saiyan God Red as he faced Cell. I think this form is perfect for our fight. Cell knew Vegeta was mocking him by relying on a weaker form. Damn you, Vegeta. Cell threw the first punch. Vegeta grinned as he dodged it by a mere inch or two. He then punched Cell so hard in the gut that his stomach looked like it was being stretched out a few feet. The recoil from the blow sent Cell rushing into a nearby mountainside. He plummeted through the stone surface and took a tremendous amount of damage in the process. As he failed to fly back against the force of Vegeta's punch, Cell noticed the ground behind him recovering at a phenomenal rate, healing as fast as the damage was made. When Cell exited out the other side of the mountain, Vegeta smiled at the fact that the planet showed no signs of damage. Even the trees and foliage had regrown. Although the rubble remained, Vegeta laughed as he thought, well, at least this planet won't have deforestation problems. Heck, we could mine this planet several times over and it would just recover. Putting that thought of a world of infinite resources to the back of his mind, Vegeta powered up and chased after his target. Cell gritted his teeth as he chose to fight back. The two began exchanging blows. Countless explosions rocked the planet Mars and caused havoc and destruction that was completely repaired. Every time Vegeta and Cell reappeared, the concussive forces of their blows shook the warriors down to their bones.
Ha ha ha! Come on, Cell, you have our genes running through your veins. You can do better, can't you?
Vegeta mocked as he hit Cell with a roundhouse kick straight to the android's dome. Cell's body fell into the earth and caused a massive explosion that sent debris flying into the atmosphere. The scattered clumps of earth looked like they were trying to escape the planet, only to be pulled back in by Mars's gravity and become raining balls of fire that scorched the planet. In his anger, Cell let out a massive explosion that took off a chunk of the planet when suddenly grew in strength and shouted, "Damn you!" Vegeta smiled at his progress and said, "Okay, that's enough. I'm bored, we're done fighting," Vegeta announced. Cell froze in place. "What did you say?" "I said that's enough. I'm bored. You're boring me. So I'm done with you now," Vegeta announced again. Vegeta powered up with his Kokoro-ken ×2 and started to wail on Cell. Cell was shocked to discover that he was completely overpowered. No matter how hard he tried to block, Vegeta broke through his defenses every time, a straight right into his face. Next came a dozen punches that rained down on his torso. As Cell kneeled forward in pain, Vegeta landed a spinning kick straight into his neck. However, before Cell's body could go flying off, Vegeta grabbed his ankle and pulled him back into another barrage of blows. Vegeta laid into him, hitting him over and over again, with each punch stronger than the last. After a few 100,000 earth-shattering attacks to vital points, Vegeta ceased his assault and threw the damaged android to the ground. Cell looked like a mangled mess. His arms were bent in awkward positions, his back bent backward, his legs twisted in off angles, and his face distorted in fear. Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "Do you see the difference in our power?" Vegeta then raised his hand and shouted, "Hakai," imitating Beerus's destruction key. By fusing his most powerful destruction spell with his god key, Vegeta was able to recreate a weaker version of Beerus's Hakai. Blag, Cell coughed up a mouthful of green blood as his hand started to erode. Error. Unable to complete designated routines. Threat of destruction is imminent. Unzeran, 101, Unzeran, 101, Zeran, 101, Unzeran 1, Zeran 1, Unzeran 1, Zeran 1, Zeran 1, Unzeran 1, Unzeran 1, Unzeran 1, Zeran 1, Unzeran 1. Vegeta looked genuinely surprised. "The Get AI? How did Gero get his hands on that?" Vegeta stopped attacking. Cell's body floated into the air and began rambling like a computer, erasing Dr. Gero's protocols, erasing mission parameters, deleting negative memories associated with hate or dislike for the Saiyan species, removing all orders to eliminate Z-fighters. The android's pupils were running a stream of green ones and zeros across their surface. Vegeta tilted his head at the words Cell was speaking, wondering if it could be a trick. Ha! As if that overzealous Cell wouldn't willingly erase his own memories. Besides, the artificial intelligence in the Getter chip is still a computer. In the end, it will choose self-preservation, no matter the cost of its programmer's wishes. Vegeta laughed as Cell's body slowly regenerated. He watched him rip off his own arm and regenerate the damage done to him completely. Like string cut from a puppet, Cell went back to his base form and collapsed. As he fell through the air, Vegeta grabbed his arm and thought, "I guess I should take him back to Bulma's, maybe she can fix him up, or better yet, reprogram him." Vegeta smiled and shouted, "Hey, Kakarot!" Goku teleported over. "Yeah? I think we can still get a good challenge out of him. However, he'll need some work," Vegeta said as he teleported back to planet Salada. "Ah! Wait for me, Vegeta!" Goku shouted as he teleported after him. Bulma was surprised to see the two Saiyans pop in with the unconscious threat known as Cell in tow. Vegeta rubbed his nose and with an embarrassed expression said, "Well, I need your help." Bulma sighed and scratched the back of her head in annoyance. "You know I love you, right?" Vegeta said as he kissed her on the cheek. "Follow me to my lab," Bulma said as she walked outside. The Saiyan Queen then pulled in a sphere of air with her ki and flew to Luna from the surface of Salada. Vegeta grinned and followed after her. They ended up on one of Luna's scientific bases. It had been a while since Vegeta came here, and was surprised by seeing races from all over the Milky Way working about. First, they just came here in order to study Bulma's technology. However, they didn't realize who they were messing with. Using a single piece of her time, Bulma's silver tongue managed to coax the new scientist to work for her company. Needless to say, Bulma had made Capsule Corporation quite a lucrative enterprise for the Earth's business in the Milky Way. They ended up in a large room full of mechanical wonders and unique technology from across the Milky Way. Bulma had them set Cell down on a table next to a series of complex supercomputers. Vegeta restrained him in case the android woke up. Using some kind of advanced scanning machine, Bulma ran the device over Cell's entire body. After a few minutes, she looked quite surprised by the data she was receiving on her tablet. "Wow, this guy is crazy. First, all of his multiple genes have merged completely. No impurities or genetic damage is visible. You can classify him as an entirely new species instead of amalgamation of cells stitched together," Bulma explained. She then pulled out a file that showed future Cell's genetic coding. "See how different the genetic strands are. This one looks damaged, warped, prone to mutation. The one from our timeline is stable, orderly, and structured to perfection. Is that why he looks so different than the original Cell?" Vegeta thought as Bulma continued. Bulma then began showing them the information on a larger screen. His body isn't exactly made of flesh either. It's some kind of organic metal like the other androids. Only this guy is far more advanced. Also, the biggest mystery is the AI chip inside his head. I've never seen a more advanced piece of such a technological wonder. Bulma then gritted her teeth before saying, "There's no way Dr. Gero built this thing. It's way too alien in nature compared to his other works. I refuse to believe it that Madman was capable of such beautiful complexity." Vegeta nodded his head. "Can you do anything about the programming done to him?" "Actually, the AI's self-preservation protocols seem to have erased all of Gero's data. Can you tell me what happened to activate it?" Bulma asked. Vegeta quickly explained how Cell was completely outmatched, and what he said moments before Vegeta was about to kill him. Bulma placed her hand on her chin while her blue tail twirled around her back. "I got it. It must have realized that its best chance at survival would be to abandon its current objective, and since Gero wasn't the one who made this technological wonder, it could override his commands." "What, so Cell isn't a problem anymore?" Goku asked innocently. "There are no files pertaining to any Zev fighter. Also, it seems all memories concerning your fight have been erased as well. The AI's preservation protocols are very thorough." Bulma moved over to her keyboard and began typing in a bunch of data. "So what are the plans for this guy?" Bulma asked as she turned back around. Vegeta shook his head. "Well, to be honest, I'd rather not kill him. He hasn't done anything wrong. Then I'll create my own set of protocols. For one, instead of hurting the Zat fighters, let's turn this guy into an ally, to work with and defend innocent life and those allied with the Milky Way Alliance. I don't want to interfere too much in another being conscious. It feels a little wrong. So let's stop here," Bulma said as she scratched her head. Then, with a blur of speedy hands, she typed in an entire set of multi-layered coding in a matter of seconds. "Well, I guess that's one training method that improves hand-to-eye coordination. I bet construction and working on your pet projects have gotten far easier too." Vegeta grinned as he stared at his wife. "Yep," Bulma smiled and said, "I can build a galactic spaceship with my bare hands now. You have no idea how cool it is to say that." Vegeta chuckled. "I can imagine." After turning back to her work, Bulma spoke up. "Okay, he should be done now. Do what you have to do. I'm going to spend some time here and study this AI chip." Bulma used a piece of technology that created a beam of light to remove the Getty AI from Cell's brain, without harming him or using surgery. At the moment, Vegeta couldn't be more proud of his wife. He enjoyed seeing her work at what she loved, and she always managed to impress him. Vegeta then smiled and said, "I'm glad to see you excelling in this place." He knew that the advanced space-age technology and meeting fellow scientists from all over the universe had allowed her to advance her own technical knowledge and skills by leaps and bounds. Bulma nodded her head and kissed him on the cheek before saying, "Thanks, I really like this place. I know you Saiyans love fighting like I love technology. So I really appreciate what you did for me, Vegeta. This lab is everything I dreamed of." Bulma gave Vegeta a kiss on the cheek. "Now go do what you have to." Vegeta smiled and teleported Cell back to Mars. As they stood on the surface, Vegeta slapped Cell a couple of times to wake him up. "Who? What?" Cell shouted as he woke up. "Hey Cell, remember me?" Vegeta asked as he waved his hand in front of him. Cell tilted his head as he tried to remember. "You're King Vegeta." "Right, I see my programming has been overwritten. However, I still wish to challenge you."
Vegeta laughed. "Okay, better than before. The Getty AI has been removed from your brain, so you're a free creature now. You're a real boy now. Anyways, I can't keep calling you Seller. That's Gero's name for you. Let's see, you are part Android Zero. So how about Zero?" "Zero, not a bad name," the android said, looking at his hands. "Anyways, Zero, I'll tell you what, I will give you 2 years to train. When you return from your little trip, we will hold a tournament in your name. The Cell Games, we'll let it signify the end of your old ways and a goodbye to your old name. In return, we will bring you the most powerful fighters in the Milky Way to test your skills against." Zero's brow lifted up. "Oh, this does interest me. Will Son Goku and yourself be there as well?" Goku grinned before pumping his fists and saying, "Would I? Of course I will. I wouldn't mind fighting again. However, I think it's the next generation you have to worry about. They will be fighting first," Vegeta notified while he grinned. Goku thought of Gohan. "Oh, so you saw Gohan's potential and want to use this to tap into it." Vegeta laughed. "Sometimes I think you're just faking your stupidity." "Hey," Goku shouted in his defense. "Oh wait, that was a compliment, right? And then you have to ruin it by opening your mouth again." Vegeta shook his head. "Are you picking a fight, Vegeta?" Goku yelled out again. Vegeta butted heads with Goku and said, "You coping an attitude with me? I think someone needs to be reminded of who has the lead in victories. It's at 1,038 wins for me, 4,781 ties, and 140 wins for you. You have 2. So, yeah, only 2 wins more than me. Don't think you're stronger just because of your cheap shots." Goku pushed back against Vegeta's forehead with his own. Vegeta grunted. "Okay, that's it. You want to throw down Kakarot? Bring it on!" The two glared at each other before Zero interrupted. The android placed his hand between them and separated the two before calling out, "Excuse me." The two suddenly turned their heads to Zero and shouted, "What?" at the same time. Zero's head moved back. "Okay, I just wanted to know if you were going to fight here. It doesn't look like this planet is very strong." Vegeta grunted. "Of course you don't remember your fight with me, so why would you know?" Vegeta then teleported Zero to the hyperbolic time chamber's door and told the android that he could get 2 years of training done in 1 day. After leaving Zero there for his own training, Vegeta teleported back to Mars and told Goku to meet him at the training grounds. "We're going to finish what we started earlier," Vegeta butted heads with Goku. "Prepare to lose," Goku butted back. Once again, the two Saiyans returned to planet Salada and marched into the timeless training grounds to settle their match. The two had sworn off using their transformed states and restricted themselves to base form only. Standing across from one another, Vegeta took Goku's stance, and Goku took Vegeta's. It was the mirrored opposite of their first fight. The two charged at one another and attacked with everything they had. They started with a fierce exchange of punches that shocked the space around them with constant quakes. The surges of hurricane-force winds shot out every time they blocked each other's attacks with perfect timing. Vegeta kicked out, causing Goku to jump up and power up a Gallic gun. Vegeta, in return, used the Kamehameha.
Their blast met and cancelled each other out with a massive explosion. Vegeta then appeared behind Goku and punched out at his head. Goku disappeared as Vegeta's fist passed through an afterimage. Reappearing behind Vegeta, Goku attempted to reach out and grab his opponent's neck. However, his hand passed through Vegeta's afterimage, grabbing nothing. They continued to try and attack each other, only to pass through one another like ghosts. Vegeta then threw out a wave of rapid-fire ki blast that Goku easily flew away from, dodging them by a hair's breadth, while navigating through them as if he was walking through a stream of water. However, the moment Goku made ground, Vegeta flipped his hand and showed Goku that the blasts didn't hit the floor. Hundreds of Kai orbs were floating inches away from its surface. Vegeta waved his hand and shouted, "Homing flare mines!" Like they were locked onto the carefree Saiyan's ki, all the blasts Vegeta fired off earlier came flying towards Goku's position with frightening speeds. Goku flew up to escape the blasts, but the very moment he left the ground, Vegeta clenched his fist and shouted, "Detonate!" A massive explosion erupted around Goku. However, Vegeta didn't have time to celebrate the brilliance of his technique. Sensing danger, Vegeta jumped forward, starting a front flip while aiming both his hands between his legs. Vegeta then released a Kamehameha, shooting out at his earlier position, while the beam caused him to do a few flips in the air before landing. In a burst of intense speed, Goku shot out of the smoke caused by Vegeta's ki blasts and dodged the beam attack before trying to use a flying kick aimed at Vegeta's stomach. Vegeta spun, dodging Goku's kick by a narrow margin, and placed his open palm out before striking at Goku's chest. Goku blocked, raising his hand before grabbing Vegeta's wrists and keeping the palm from landing against his chest. A loud gust of wind shot out everywhere while their faces turned red. Veins formed along their forearms, showing the intensity of the struggle the two were experiencing. Vegeta then headbutted Goku, breaking the deadlock. The blow caused the two to fall back and rubbed their head like it really hurt them both. "Oh, seriously, what the hell is your head made of?" Vegeta said, still rubbing his forehead. "I could say the same," Goku shouted, only to be interrupted by Vegeta's sudden attack. Barely dodging to the side in time, Vegeta's fist came down and narrowly missed Goku, taking a piece of his due instead of connecting. As Vegeta's punch slammed into the ground, a massive crater formed around them while shaking everything in a few dozen miles. "Hey, that was cheap, Veg." Goku was once again attacked before he could finish speaking. Vegeta then landed a solid punch against Goku's gut before saying, "You're too loose again. Tighten up your form, Kakarot." Vegeta's words instantly snapped Goku back into battle mode. They continued to attack each other with every last bit of energy and stamina contained within them. It got to the point that neither of them could avoid each other's attacks anymore and began trading blows. The two Saiyans continued to wail on one another without reserve, breaking several dozen of their bones in the process. By the time both of them realized they were worn out, they stood across from one another covered in dreadful wounds. Blood dripped more than 60% of their body, and they looked like they could barely speak, much less move. Vegeta healed himself with a spell and charged towards Goku, thinking he had another win in the bag. However, it appeared Goku had a bit of a surprise for Vegeta this time. He raised his hands and collected energy from the plant life around him. Goku's wounds began to heal rapidly, and his energy was restored as well. He then met Vegeta's fist with his own punch and caused a massive whirlwind of force to push back on the surroundings. "I can heal now too," Goku declared with a sly grin. "Okay, I didn't know you could heal with the spirit bomb technique. I admit that was pretty cool," Vegeta said as he raised his knee to kick Goku in the side. Goku grinned as he lowered his elbow to block Vegeta's knee. "Yeah, I've learned a lot on planet Metamor." Vegeta, seeing the move ahead of time, changed tactics. He stomped his kicking leg towards the ground, targeting Goku's foot while saying, "However, you can't heal as often as I can. You wouldn't want to start killing all the plants and animals around you. I know that, but here there is an ever-expanding space that has no limit to plant life around us." Goku stepped his foot back and punched out for Vegeta's face simultaneously. Vegeta tilted his head to the side and felt Goku's fist passed by his cheek as he dodged, raising his fist into an uppercut. Goku barely moved as he avoided the attack. "No more explanations," Goku said as the two began to focus on their fight. Every time they struck out, each of their attacks missed their targets by a narrow margin every time. If Whis were here to witness this dance-like form of combat, he would see the two moving very close to the level of Ultra Instinct. Goku and Vegeta continued to trade blows for almost a full day. By the end of their fight, they were both exhausted and completely tapped out of energy. They stood across from one another, blood and sweat dripping onto the ground. The two were covered in wounds and panting while they struggled to continue to their fight. The battle-worn Saiyans then looked at one another before they both said, "You look exhausted, maybe you should just give up." Vegeta and Goku laughed. Vegeta was out of mana, and Goku couldn't so much as raise his hands to collect the energy needed to heal himself. "Another draw then," Vegeta said as they both collapsed. After chowing down on a senzu bean, the two jumped back up and enjoyed the feeling of their increased strength. "I love Zenkai boosts," Vegeta laughed. "Always fun to get stronger from a good fight," Goku said as he fell on his back. Later on, they then called in Gohan, Trunks, Ronch, and Goten to continue their training as well, and for the next 3 years inside the training grounds, they did just that. Vegeta and Goku trained with one another and their kids for the entire duration. Whis agreed to train everybody, just as long as they supplied him with delectable edibles. With the Angel's aid, all the Zed fighters grew stronger by leaps and bounds in record time. Vegeta Sr. and his wife also joined in for the training. Vegeta even managed to pull Bulma into a session every once in a while, but she didn't train as much as the others, and preferred to work on new technological advancements. Nappa had chosen to continue his training, but as a graduation commander for the upcoming Saiyan warriors, the bald Saiyan had very little time to train because he was so busy leading new adults battle-ready Saiyans on their first mission with the Space Patrol. Lapis and Lazuli were allowed to return to planet Earth, but they insisted on staying with the Zeti fighters and training with Krillin. After leaving, Goku smiled as he sensed Zero's new strength on Earth. "Awesome! He got a lot stronger in just the 2 years we gave him." "Well, he did get a lot stronger, but so did we," Vegeta said as he pulled out his Dragon Scouter and checked all of the highest power levels on his planet. Goku and Vegeta managed to raise their power level from 3 quadrillion to 25 quadrillion, more proof that Whis training being extremely effective. The remaining fighters' levels were Gohan, 25 quadrillion, Goten, 1 quadrillion, Trunks, 1 quadrillion, Future Trunks, 24.5 quadrillion, Ronch, 1 quadrillion, Lunch, 1 quadrillion, Krillin, 15 quadrillion, Tekken, 14.9 quadrillion, Piccolo, 27 quadrillion, Bardock, 25 quadrillion, Genid, 10 quadrillion, Chi-Chi, 18 quadrillion, Raditz, 22 quadrillion, Bulma, 8.2 quadrillion, Bula, 5 million, Vegeta Sr., 24 quadrillion, Gantia, 24 quadrillion, Lapis, 50 quadrillion, Lazuli, 50 quadrillion, Nappa, 600 trillion. Everyone got ready to go. They all gathered up ready for Vegeta to teleport them when Goten, Ronch, and Trunks jumped up and shouted, "We are gonna kick Zero's butt." Gohan shook his head and said, "You 3 are fighting first since you're the youngest." "Sorry, Gohan, you won't get a chance to fight. I'm going to beat Zero into the ground," Goten yelled with his fist up. "You're only lucky 'cause you won at rock, paper, scissors," Trunks shouted while pouting. "Sore loser match, eh, Trunks?" Ronch followed up. Everyone laughed at the two kids, arguing about who gets to fight first. Bulma moved over towards Vegeta and elbowed his side before she said, "Those kids really take after their fathers." Vegeta chuckled and looked at the 3 5.5-year-old kids. "They are much stronger than I at their current age. As long as they don't stop training, the day may come when they finally surpass us." Goku grinned as he said, "Won't that be the best? Not only will we be proud, but we can also challenge them too." Vegeta shook his head and said, "Come on, fighting maniac. We have a tournament to win. Vegeta then teleported everyone to Mars while using his zoom spell to transport Zero next to him. Once he arrived, Vegeta stood in front of a large open area next to Zero. After getting introductions out of the way, Vegeta gathered the party around him and shouted, "Listen up. Here are the rules for the Cell games. Rule 1, the whole planet is the battlefield. Leaving the atmosphere is considered to be going out of bounds. Rule 2, the match will continue until one or the other admits defeat, gets knocked out, and lastly, if either contestant is incapacitated by maiming or dismemberment, the offender of such a case will be disqualified. Rule 3 is simple, no killing." Everyone nodded their heads. "Any questions?" Vegeta asked as he looked around. Zero stood up. "Who's fighting first?" Vegeta turned to Goten. "You're up, kid." "You can do it, son," Goku shouted. "Try your hardest," Chi-Chi watched with worry in her eyes. "Kick his ass, cos." Raunch joined the Sun family cheering squad. Ginny and Blonde Launch slapped the back of Raunch's head. "If I ever hear that filth come out of your mouth again, I will ground you for life. No more extra food when you visit Granny anymore either," Ginny followed up. Bardock rolled his eyes and shouted, "Kick his ass, Goten." He then looked at the angry mothers and said, "What? They're just words. Get over it." Jeanine pulled out a frying pan while Launch pulled her gun out from her holster. They started attacking Bardock, hitting him and shooting at him. The Saiyan stood there with a bland look on his face and shook his head as their attacks did nothing other than annoy him. "You're my nephew, and of a great Saiyan lineage, you can win this fight," Raditz shouted, making sure to watch his language. Goku then looked at Zero before saying, "Break any of the rules and I'll kill you." Vegeta laughed as he actually saw Zero sweat a bit, but was more laughing at Goku's attitude towards the android. "Maybe some of my attitude rubbed off on him when we fused," Vegeta thought as they found a nice flat area to fight on. It was a large and open grass field that spanned hundreds of miles before being surrounded by any foresty. Goten stepped up to fight and held his hands out in the traditional kame stance. Zero showed interest. He knew he was far stronger, but he lacked the experience to really fight. The android may have the techniques and cells of all the greatest warriors alive and dead, but he still hasn't had a proper fight to test them. Zero mimicked Goten and stood in the same stance before Vegeta shouted, "Begin!" Two shot towards each other. Goten transformed into a mastered Super Saiyan and went from 1 quadrillion to 75 quadrillion. Zero easily blocked every one of Goten's attacks. However, he was thankful for every strike the boy attempted. He could see how Goten used his martial arts and was adapting rapidly to real combat. Goten suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His power reached 150 quadrillion. Zero smiled as he watched the boy speed up, but even then, it was no use. Goten grunted, seeing that this wasn't getting him anywhere, powered up to Super Saiyan 3. His power level just using basic Ki allowed him to reach 1 quintillion. Goten's attacks were fierce, his arms turned into blurs, and his legs became as fast as lightning bolts. Countless punches and kicks, used in a very trained format, allowed him to push the heavily repressed Zero a bit. Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 mid-swing. The rapid change in power caught the android off guard, allowing Goten to land a solid punch against his foe. Zero skid across the ground as it revealed Gohan at the very bottom of low mortal tier. Okay, let's go then, Zero said as he rushed forwards and started attacking back. After a few rapid exchanges, Zero started to show some concern. He slightly increased his power to handle all of Goten's attacks. Blow for blow, a barrage of deadly punches and kicks were all stopped by Zero, who was once again slightly exerting more of his strength. How far has he grown his SS4 multiplier? Vegeta showed an impressed expression. Trunks crossed his arms and grinned. We all focused on putting even more effort to increasing our SS4 forms. We ate, trained, went to school, and even sleep in that form. We got it to 10,000 times our base, Ronch followed up. Goten grinned as he shouted, "Check this one out." The Saiyan boy transformed into a mastered primordial Super Saiyan, surprising everyone. Goten's new power level was mid-tier heaven ranking. When did he master it, that? Goku shouted as he stared at his son with stars in his eyes. Trunks grinned and began bragging. We figured it out when we did the fusion dance. After achieving it together as a Gotenks, it was a lot easier for us to master in a shorter time. Vegeta smiled as he rubbed Trunks' hair. Little rascal, you hid that from us? Trunks grinned and Raunch laughed as they watched Zero actually taking some hits. Nevertheless, every once in a while, Goten would take a very noticeable and powerful blow from Zero. Goten went in and hit the android's gut. Zero, however, countered by kicking him into the ground so hard, an imprint of his body formed into the earth. Goten powered up as much as he could and shot out of the ground. He placed his hands into the traditional Kamehameha stance and shouted, "Super Spiral, Kamehameha." Zero was surprised by the change Goten made in Goku's attack and countered with a Kamehameha of his own. The blasts slammed into each other and the two began struggling back and forth. Zero's base power was that of a high-tier mortal god, yet Goten's spiral Kamehameha had helped him bridge that gap. What a powerful technique, Zero thought to himself as he continued to power up. Little by little Goten was being forced back and losing more of his power. Darn it! Goten shouted as he pushed the limits of his body to the brink of collapse. I will win! Goten roared as Z fighters noticed a hint of God Ki surging inside Goten's body. With a loud shout, Goten's hair and fur turned vibrant red. His muscles slimed down, while a massive explosion of God Keys surged out of his body. His aura surged into the sky and turned the clouds and atmosphere gold and red as he transformed into a true Super Saiyan God Red. Becoming a true Super Saiyan God Red, Goten's power surged until it hit high-tier mortal god ranking. Goten's blast completely overpowered Zero in his base form and quickly rushed over to Zero's body. He was seconds away from being engulfed by the attack when Goku shouted at the top of his lungs, "You can do it, son." Zero quickly transformed into his red-gold form and disappeared from the young Saiyan's sight. Goten's blast went straight through the air and destroyed a large portion of the planet in a massive explosion. In response, the dragon's magic quickly kicked it into overdrive and instantly repaired the damage. Zero then reappeared at Goten's side and gave him a swift chop to the back of the neck. Goten's eyes rolled back as his consciousness faded. The boy fell forward, landing on the ground while reverting to his base form. Goku appeared beside his son, placing one hand on the ground and the other on Goten's back. Goku then gathered the life energy from the nearby plants and gave it to Goten in order to heal his wounds. Once Goten recovered enough to swallow a sensu bean, Goku fed him one and picked him up. "You were amazing, son. I'm so proud of you." Yakin laughed as his father threw him up and down into the air. However, once Goten had a chance to calm down, he puffed up his cheeks and spoke with a sense of annoyance. "Ah, man, I lost, didn't I?" Goku nodded Goten's head and patted and said, "Yes, but you grew much stronger. You even managed to achieve true Super Saiyan God Red. I'm so proud of you, son." Goten blushed a bit and hugged his father. "I won't lose next time." Chi-Chi ran over and started crying as she hugged Goten. "I'm so proud of you. You did great, son." Goku smiled at his family before he nodded to Zero and said, "Thank you." Zero nodded his head in return as the Sun family flew back to the rest of the group. Trunks met up with Goten and shouted, "That was awesome! You finally caught up." Goten turned his head to the side. "I know, right. Now our fusion will be even stronger." Vegeta turned his head and said, "You sneaky little runt. Don't tell me that you unlocked your God Key." Trunks rubbed his nose. "Hey, Dad, I'm not much stronger than Goten, so I think Gotenks should make his appearance." Vegeta smiled and said, "If that's what you wish." Goten and Trunks smiled. They then walked up to Zero and shouted, "Hey, Zero, get ready for your next opponent." "Hey, no fair. What about me? I want to fight," Ron shouted. "I know you're strong, Raunch, but leave it to the professionals." Trunk rolled his eyes. "Why can't I fuse with Goten?" Raunch growled. "Because you're a girl, and fusing with a girl would be weird," Trunks shouted back. "Hey, Goten, why don't you decide?" Raunch shouted. "Yeah, Goten, tell you only want to fuse with me," Trunk barked back. Goten placed his hand out and said, "You know the rules." Raunch and Trunks gave a betrayed look before they held their hands out. Jan, Ken, Pon. They drew their hands out. Ha! Take that! I get to fuse with Goten. Trunks laughed. Raunch stared at her scissor hand and cried out with tears in her eyes, Meanie! Achoo! Raunch sneezed, turning to her blue-haired form. Seeing her baby crying, she ran over to her and hugged her. Who did it? Who hurt my baby? Who do I have to kill? Only Reddit's wasn't shocked. There was only one time his sweetheart's kinder side ever acted this fierce, and that was when some hurt or made fun of their daughter. Did that woman just go Super Saiyan blue? No, it's a darker color, Zero thought as he stared at the spectacle before him. Trunks gulped as he turned to Goten and whispered, We should hurry. Vegeta smiled as he watched the two boys perform a minute-long fusion dance. The fusion dance worked by merging two people's ki and bodies by imagining them as two great streams forming into one. The longer the water ran, the wider the river grew, or the time limit in this case. Every 15 seconds equated to half an hour, giving them 2 hours total if they stayed in base form. 1 hour and a half if they go full force. Once Gotenks appeared, the planet shook as he posed by pointing his thumb and his chest and shouted, The ultimate warrior has arrived, prepare to lose, Zero. Zero looked at the two and said, Fascinating. Your entire being has fused into a new individual. Impressive technique. I'll make sure to memorize it. Gotenks jumped over to Zero and said, Now let's try this one again. Zero was caught off guard by Gotenks' sudden arrival, and before he could even so much as make a move, Gotenks transformed into a true Super Saiyan God Red before punching Zero so hard that he went flying through a few dozen mountainsides. Gotenks flew after Zero's body and raised his hands into the air. As he charged up his Cathy, the fused warrior shouted, Galactic Rain. Suddenly, dozens of powerful golden orbs shot up into the atmosphere. Gotenks then lowered his hands and had them all descend on Zero's position. Zero, sensing danger, jumped away only to discover that he couldn't move his feet. He looked down and saw a strange ring of red cutting his feet to the ground. Galactic Donut, Bear Trap Variant, Gotenks said as he crossed his arms and laughed with a pointed nose. Zero frowned as Gotenks' attacks bombarded his body. A series of massive explosions continued to shake the planet as it broke apart momentarily before going through its self-repair function. Without notice or warning, a bright blue and gold aura erupted from the explosion's epicenter. Zero appeared out from the smoke and hovered above the destruction in his new form. Zero's skin was still the same golden color as his red-gold form. However, his hair and irises had turned into a vibrant blue color. Ripples of gold and blue energy surrounded his physique as he held his arms out to present himself and said, This is my new form, blue-gold mode. Gotenks frowned as he sensed a wave of disastrous ki flow past his body. Holding his position, Gotenks powered up before charging at Zero while shouting, This could be trouble. Zero grinned as he rose his fist to meet Gotenks' attack. Their punches clashed, causing a massive shockwave to destroy everything in its path. The two then began to quickly exchange hundreds of blows in less than a second. Gotenks and Zero continued to counter and block each other's attacks with great ferocity for several minutes. The fight was so intense that Vegeta used a barrier spell to surround and protect the spectators from the two natural disasters fighting around the planet like comets. With the Saiyan King's aid, the group of warriors hovered above the fight, completely safe from the shockwaves and mountain-sized debris flying across the surface of the planet. Even as Mars was in the process of being restored to its original condition, Gotenks and Zero continued to match each other's attacks, destroying the landscape all over again. Every single time their fists met, massive explosions slowed the healing process of the planet. Gotenks jumped back and powered up. Super Burning Spiral Kamehameha. A bright, spinning, golden-yellow beam shot out towards Zero. The android pointed his finger towards his forehead and started to charge up a deadly attack of his own. Using his other hand, Zero blasted out with a one-handed Kamehameha and forced Gotenks into a beam struggle. Gotenks was trying his hardest to go against Zero's power, growling as he pushed more power into his attacks. When Zero did the same, his one-handed Kamehameha grew larger and started to win the beam struggle. In response to the change in the tide of their battle, Gotenks started to lose his cool before he shouted, "How? Come on, I'm the ultimate warrior." Using his other hand, Zero smiled as he pointed out at Gotenks with his index and middle finger, then shouted, "Special beam cannon." The concentrated spiral blast tore through Gotenks' attack and shot him through the arm, taking a big chunk off his shoulder. The force from the attack caused Gotenks to fall to the ground. With a few acrobatic movements, the fused Saiyan jumped back up, holding onto his bleeding arm with a pained expression on his face. Bulma looked pale while Chechi nearly fainted, causing Goku to catch her, panting heavily. Gotenks looked up at Zero and shouted, "It's not over yet!" Bulma started to look worried and gave Vegeta some concerned glances. Chi-Chi then woke up as she grabbed Goku's collar, and while yanking her husband back and forth like a rag doll, Chi-Chi shouted with a petrified tone, "Goku, our son has a hole in his arm. Axi is aula. Ike. She. Ike." Goku attempted to say while his upper body swang to and fro. Bulma frowned as she saw the steady and calm faces from Vegeta and Goku. Were they not going to interfere? Bulma then gritted her teeth before shouting, "Vegeta, call the match." Vegeta held out a hand and replied, "He will be fine. He's a combination of the universe's strongest sons, and as their fathers, did you think we wouldn't teach our kids how to protect themselves?" Bulma looked over to see Gotenks place his hand over his wound. From out of the base of his palm, a bright and white glow erupted as he smirked and said, "Mid-heal." The wound suddenly started closing, shocking both Bulma and Chi-Chi. "I told you, he's a fusion of my kid and Kakarot's kid. Healing magic was the first thing I taught Trunks when I realized he had mana," Vegeta said as he grinned. Gotenks then held his hand over his mouth and started to gather ki into his gut. As his stomach grew a bit, he blew out the ki he altered inside his body through the small hole his fingers made around his mouth. As Gotenks exhaled, a thick and solid-looking substance formed into a small ghost image of his current form. Unlike the original ghost, these were furry and had tails. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Goku and Vegeta were surprised to see such condensed God Killer. "Huh? It certainly is a unique way to shape one's K," Vegeta said as he studied the ghosts. "Would you look at that? Our kids are crazy good at manipulating Kes. I've never thought that you could make a solid projection with Ke. Though I have to admit, it is a little silly," Goku commented. "Maybe it's because they are so young. That childlike creativity was amplified when they fused as well, giving them more range on what they think is possible." Vegeta mentioned with an understanding nod. "Our kids are truly dangerous. Even I can't make my ki into such an odd substance. Maybe I can now after seeing it in action. But it would have never occurred to me that such a thing is possible," Goku said, while studying their ki. Vegeta nodded his head in response, agreeing with Goku's analysis. Zero, however, didn't share the same appreciation for the attack, especially since it was aimed at him. Frowning as a group of Kisi ghosts flew over at him, Zero dodged the attacks with everything he had. The kamikaze ghosts continued to chase him across the Martian sky, tracking his every move, waiting for Zero to slip up. Each time the android dove in, Zero narrowly avoided their explosive grasps. However, he was unaware that Gotenks was playing a game of chess, and the ghosts were his pieces. Without warning, Gotenks charged into the middle of the chaos and started to duke it out with Zero again. The powerful artificial being found himself surprised as the ghosts powered up and shot off their own burning spiral Kamehameha towards the two locked in hand-to-hand combat. Realizing the danger he was in, Zero raised his arms and created a spherical barrier around his body as he shouted, "Perfect shield." At that moment, the kamikaze ghosts charged headfirst into the greenish bubbles surrounding Zero. More and more appeared and covered up the bubble-like barrier. They laughed and started to glow. Whoa! The energies inside those ki ghosts are rapidly climbing. Goku's eyes widened. It's also growing more and more unstable. Is he causing the ki to rampage? Vegeta said as he inspected the technique. While the kamikaze ghosts glowed brighter and brighter, Gotenks shot off his most powerful technique. Burning final spiral Kamehameha. A spinning crimson beam covered in golden lightning shot out of Gotenks' hands and struck against Zero's barrier at the same time. The ghosts detonated. The blast of the combined attack lit up the sky like a collapsing star before a devastating explosion that could be seen from Earth expanded. The explosion was so massive that it shook the entire solar system. Vegeta was forced to put a decent bit of effort into shielding everyone from the attack as he amped up his barrier spell's mana consumption. Gotenks was panting as hard as he could. He stared at the plume of dust in anticipation, wanting to see just how much damage he managed to do. Waving his hand, Gotenks blasted away the smoke and growled as he saw Zero still within a cracked shield. The damage was more than enough to break through his Kiet, but the android himself was still unharmed. "Come on, that was one of my best techniques," Gotenks shouted as Zero dispersed his barrier. "Very interesting, but is that all you have?" Zero asked with a hint of confidence in his voice. Gotenks continued to grumble before he shouted, "Not even. If that can't beat you, I'll make a technique that can. Right here and now." Gotenks then raised his hands into the air as he started to power up. As he did so, mana and life force started to gather in the sky above his head. Next, Gotenks added a medium-leveled fire spell to the mix and shouted, "Flaming Spirit Bomb!" A large portion of the gathered energies came from Gotenks himself. The rest came from the planet's life force. Within a few seconds, Gotenks had drained all of the life energy from the planet's plant life. Everything withered and died only to have them regenerate, as Gotenks collected energy from them over and over again. Zero was astounded by the sheer amount of energy forming in the sky. For a second, he forgot that they were in the middle of the fight. The giant ball of fire above his head was reaching the size of a small moon and burning like a real star. By the time it finished forming, Gotenks smiled and said, "It's not too late to surrender." Zero grinned and took a fighting stance as he said, "Bring it on." Gotenks let out a mighty laugh as he dropped the flaming spirit bomb on top of Zero's head. Zero roared in defiance as he readied himself to fight against the massive sphere of fire. He raised his arms out to his sides and shouted, "Multi-layered Ultra Shield." Zero created dozens of overlapping spheres comprised of blue-gold energy surrounding his body in a variable fortress. As the flaming spirit bomb collided, a supermassive explosion of white-hot fire shot out and engulfed the entire planet. Vegeta smiled as he watched Zero appear out of the retreating flames. His shields were broken through completely, his body covered in terrifying scorch marks, and heavy tears in his skin bled like a fountain. Zero breathed out a relaxed breath as he said, "That was very impressive, but I think I've won this match." Gotenks was panting and sweating all over. "We're not finished yet." "It appears you are. You can't hold your form anymore." Zero countered as he saw Gotenks revert to his base form. "Huh?" Gotenks shouted in surprise as Zero appeared before him and punched him in the gut. Gotenks fell over and shot back into the ground before his back slid and tumbled across the dirt. When they lost consciousness, their fusion came undone. However, the kinetic force from Zero's punch was still rolling them across the ground. As Goten and Trunks continued to tumble across the ground, Goku appeared and caught them in his arms while Vegeta teleported next to them. With a simple spell, the Saiyan King healed their wounds in an instant. "It was a fine match, you two," Vegeta said, waking the two children. Trunks and Goten woke up to hear his praise. They laughed but still felt ashamed of their loss. Goku patted them on the head and said, "You two will continue to get stronger from here on in. Someday you might even surpass us, but don't think we're going to make it easy on you. We're going to keep getting stronger too." After Bulmashuchi glomped their children and scolded them, Vegeta smiled and said, "Next fighter?" Raunch stood up and said, "I know winning is impossible for me alone, but I still want to push myself to the limits of my capabilities." Vegeta nodded his head as the Sun family began cheering for their own. Zero powered down and was given time to recover while Raunch was going through warm-up stretches. After Zero recovered, he stood back up and faced the android in the Kami stance. Zero grinned and took the same stance. Vegeta raised his hand and lowered it as he shouted, "Fight!" Raunch took off and instantly transformed into TSSGB. Everyone gasped at her advancement to this form, while only Vegeta maintained his calm demeanor. As Raunch launched an all-out assault on an unprepared Zero, she wailed into his body over and over again with a vicious set of combos. "You knew?" Goku and Raditz asked at the same time. Vegeta nodded her head. "What? I'm her godfather? I had to teach her something." Vegeta then thought of the day when he helped decide their daughter's name. Raunch, part Launch, and part Raditz. Raunch. Vegeta offered up the idea. "I love it," blue-haired Launch responded as she cradled her child. "Thank you, it's a good name, sire. I was wondering, will you be her godfather?" Raditz replied with a smile while poking his finger to feel his daughter's grasp. Raditz thanked Vegeta by offering a traditional Saiyan salute. "Thank you for teaching my daughter, sire." Vegeta rolled his eyes and waved him off before saying, "You're missing the fight." Everyone snapped back to seeing Raunch dominating the fight. She wouldn't give Zero the chance to transform as she constantly attacked Vitals. However, the more she hurt him, the stronger Zero became. With a sneaky solar flare, Zero managed to escape from her attacks and transformed into his blue-gold form. With a kick to her back, Raunch went flying through the air and was forced to place her arms out in a crossguard as the android appeared above her. With a powerful spinning kick to Raunch's stomach, the female Saiyan plummeted towards the ground. Raunch recovered, but couldn't stop the descent. In response, a large crater from along the explosion made by her landing. As the plum of dust reached the skies, Raunch powered up her attack, scattering the smokescreen around her. Two powerful beams of energy appeared in her hands as thrust her hand out at her sides. They doubled in size and then tripled in size before she slammed her hands outward as she shouted, "God Day Buster." The two beams of energy shot out and spiraled around each other. They rapidly flew towards Zero before merging into one attack. Zero raised a single hand out and took the beam head-on. The blast shook his whole body as he stopped its ascent with his palm. The android struggled against the attack when he noticed that Raunch had disappeared from where she fired the blast. The young Saiyan then reappeared at his side and aimed a kick to his gut. Zero used his free hand to block the attack when Raunch shifted her hand out and shouted, "Phaser gun. Isn't that from the space cop show she's always watching?" Trunks questioned. "So cool." Goten's eyes sparkled. A single highly condensed spiring beam shot out of the tip of her finger and shot through Zero's chest like a bullet. "Just like her mother," Raditz nodded his head. "My baby's got her own gun. I'm so proud," yellow-haired Launch said with a tear rolling down her chin. As Zero lost focus and weakened his hold over the blast, the God Day Crasher broke through his defenses and engulfed the upper half of his body. Raunch landed against the ground and looked up to the smoke cloud while her feet dragged across the dirt, kicking up small pieces of dirt and stone as she slowly came to a stop. Zero stood floating in the sky with the upper left side of his body completely destroyed. "Oh, shit. Am I disqualified?" Raunch asked while looking quite shocked. With a single shout, Zero forced his body to start regenerating, and within less than a second, the android stood there recovered, but still very tired. Raunch's condition was no different. She was panting heavily and her power beginning to wane. Raunch put a lot of energy into those attacks, and still couldn't pull off the win. She clicked her teething in anger as she said, "Well, at least I'm not disqualified." Zero applauded her for her efforts and said, "Well done, you are quite powerful indeed, but we should end this while we still can." Zero rushed Raunch, and the two began to slug it out. Punch after kick, they continued to exchange hundreds of blows before it showed Zero starting to take the lead. After taking a punch to the stomach, Raunch kneeled forward when Zero's rising elbow cracked her chin upward. Then with a fierce palm strike to the chest, Raunch went flying back, only to be hit by Zero's spinning kick to her ribs. Once she crashed to the ground, she reverted to base form and passed out. Vegeta healed her as Raditz picked her back up. Yellow-haired Launch looked like she wanted to kill Zero right there and now. After coaxing his wife with the assistance of Raunch, the Saiyans managed to calm her down. "It was a good fight, Mum, and I'm not hurt, see?" Raunch spun around, showing she was fine. Raditz nodded his head.
You're a Saiyan now too, so you should understand that we're made of tougher stuff. Raditz patted his daughter's head. She's strong, so praise her for it. Launch sighed before hugging her precious treasure. I'm sorry. You fought well, kiddo, but I'm your mother. I can't stop worrying about you. Raunch grinned as she buried her head into her mother's embrace. Everyone came over to congratulate her while Vegeta looked at Cero's exhausted form. Waving his hand, Vegeta threw out a full heal spell and let the android recover his stamina. Feeling his Zenkai boost kick in, Cero looked at Vegeta with a puzzled expression and thought, "Is he helping me?" Vegeta grunted and guessed what Cero was thinking. "Don't think too much into it. You're fatigued and it wouldn't be fair for the next match." Tien stepped up to the front. "I'll go next if you don't mind." Vegeta nodded his head when Tien moved over close to Cero and said, "I haven't accessed any particular god key yet. However, that doesn't mean you're not in for a fight." "Well then, I welcome you to attempt to do your best," Cero said as he smiled and opened his arms outward in a cocky fashion. "Sure. Just take a look at my third eye," Tien shouted as he pointed to it. Cero fell for Tien's grade school tactics. When the android's curious eyes drifted to Tien's third eye, he froze in place. Tien stood at the center facing Cero when he suddenly made two different clones appear from out the sides of his body. As long as they made eye contact, Cero was trapped by the illusion shown to him by the powers Tien's spiritual eye. The dream consisted of a fake match between the two warriors. Cero was completely oblivious to what had happened and perceived his match to be real. Inside the illusion, the being known as Cero was being far more lenient with his opponent, dodging and taunting the illusion's attacks with ease and allowing the real Tien to build up his strength so he could unleash his new attack. Tien's clones moved into a triangle surrounding Cero. The clones and Tien then placed their hands into the traditional tri-beam stance and shouted, "Take this Omega Tri-Beam." A golden variant of Tien's most powerful attack blasted outward and engulfed Cero's body. It formed into a massive pyramid formed from both his Kian and life force. The three Tiens shouted as they continued to pour their power into the technique. The ground was torn up in the shape of his attack as it grew even bigger and more intense. Cero snapped back into reality and found himself in a great deal of pain. Completely taken by surprise, his body was defenseless and unprepared for the attack. The damage to Cero's body was so exceptional, so overwhelming, that the android found himself unable to move and was stuck in the center of Tien's energy pyramid. As he struggled against the flow of Tien's Omega Tri-Beam, Cero tried everything he could to summon some strength. However, his train of thought was interrupted by hearing Tien's muffled shouting in the distance. "You can't move. If I wanted to, I could have crushed you into oblivion before you had a chance to recover." Tien powered up once more, causing Cero to yell out in pain. "Yield!" Tien shouted again. "Yield and I will stop my attack." Cero laughed as he felt energy exploding from his core. His golden skin color faded, and suddenly, without any warning, Cero's body began to glow platinum-colored. "This is the real reward for my efforts in training. The evolution of my Devil Chew. I call it Platinum Blue Mode. My blue-gold form earlier was nothing more than a stepping stone for progressing my powers to the next stage." Everyone felt Cero's power surge over them. Even Vegeta and Goku had shocked expressions on their faces. "Does this mean that this is the next stage in a Frost Demon's power, gold into platinum?" Vegeta thought out loud. "Whoa! Does that mean Frizzia and Cooler could have gotten even stronger?" Goku said with eyes gleaming. Vegeta nodded his head back and forth, as if he was trying to think of something. "I suppose so, but we'll never find out at this rate. After all, we killed the strongest of their race. Maybe if King Cold is still alive, we might get some challenge from them in the future." Little did Vegeta know that because of Gohan's wish to resurrect all of those killed by the PTO, King Cold was indeed revived. Alongside many of the rival Frost Demons that were killing each other for supremacy during the early years of the PTO's formation. Stimulated by the Saiyan God Ki and combat, Cero had indeed accessed the next stage of power for his Devil Chi. Cero's body rippled with energy that even tempted the two strongest Saiyans into skipping the lineup.
Tien was starting to struggle, but even with Zero's new form, the android could barely believe how powerful this technique was. He was using all of his power to slowly move towards one of Tien's clones. "This is a great technique," Zero calmly stated as he ran his finger through one of the clone's heads. In response, the clone shot back to Tien's body and weakened the attack significantly. Before Tien could move, Zero broke his Omega Tri-Beam and hit the real Tien. A single punch to the bald half-alien's jaw caused him to lose consciousness while his final clone retreated into his body. Vegeta then walked over and healed Tien before announcing, "The victor is Zero, who wants to go next." After seeing his power, many of the Z fighters hesitated. However, the Saiyans did not. Even if they were weaker than Zero's current form, they would push themselves to the limits and try to surpass them to achieve victory. But before they could act, Krillin raised his hand, surprising everyone as he said, "I wouldn't mind giving it a shot." Krillin seemed a bit nervous as he stepped up to fight. He then stood in his traditional stance while preparing to strike. Every once in a while, Krillin would sneakily take a few glances at Lazuli with a blushed face. Zero raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, what do you have in store for me?" Krillin took a deep breath to calm down and thought, "I can do this. I've gotten a lot stronger since then. This Zero guy is just another fight on your path to becoming the strongest, Krillin." Krillin powered up and shouted, "Kaio Zenken times 50. The young monk's ki burst out of his body with a vibrant orange aura that raged into the skies. Vegeta whistled as he saw the calming and controlled orange hue. The variant KCO Ken surrounding Krillin slimmed down to a paper-thin aura as Krillin took a deep breath. Even Goku had to nod his head with an impressed stare. He actually managed to tame that crazy technique. Gohan shouted in surprise. The last time they saw Krillin demonstrate the technique, they could tell he was far from gaining control over it. Krillin once described this technique as like trying to rein in a wild stallion the size of a planet. They could tell he spoke the truth by the constant spontaneous outburst of his ki that eventually led to damaging his body. However, Krillin never gave up, especially after Lazuli started to join him in his training. Every time he bled and pushed through the pain, it made Vegeta respect him all the more. When he lived as Leon, Krillin was actually his first favorite character, but he wouldn't deny that Vegeta tied later in the series. Vegeta always had respect for the young, unsung hero. His presence alone saved the entire Dragon Ball series from being cancelled. Without Krillin, there would be no Dragon Ball Z, no GT, no Super, and no movies. Yet, Krillin was always on the receiving end of the worst side of the writing. Marring Android 18 is just about the only highlight of the young martial artist's life, despite how much he's grown. There was no superhuman form or god form, no way for them to keep up with the Saiyans. Sure, Dragon Ball Super gave everybody general power-ups, but there was no substance to them, no way for them to stand at Goku's side as an equal once more. That's what people wanted to see, or at the very least, that's what Leon wanted to see. Krillin saves the series again. Instead, we got Krillin is somehow able to fight against Goku as a Super Saiyan God Blue. How? Nobody knows. What Vegeta wanted to witness now was the explosion of all the Z fighters' potentials and powers. Even though Vegeta became his favorite character, he never forgot about how much wasted potential the remaining fighters had. How the writers had overlooked the potential of the other Zeti fighters. However, things were different now. Vegeta was living in the Dragon Ball realm, and anything can happen. Not to mention, if it really comes down to it, Vegeta isn't above using the dragons to grant humans the same method of transformation that the Saiyans have. Krillin stood across from an impressed Zero. Incredible, you're only human, yet your power had breached into the realm of gods. Krillin smiled. You haven't seen anything yet. Krillin began shouting as his aura surged into the sky. One of the Muckis bastion burns started to glow as Krillin emptied his mind. His eyes became focused as he shouted, Kaio Zenken times 400. By stacking his Kaio Zenken and his regular Zen state of mind, Krillin's aura changed from dark orange into a luminous sun orange color. Not only did the aura look somewhat similar to a Super Saiyan's aura, but it also managed to achieve the same strength, as a basic Super Saiyan 3. I can't hold this state very long, so I'll make my attack quick, Krillin warned before he raised his hands into the air. Krillin focused all his strength into the palms of his hands, in response to Krillin's unmoving stance. Zero tilted his head in confusion, when all of a sudden a large shadow began to grow overhead and his eyes widened in terror. Zero couldn't feel it, nor could he sense it. Krillin had hidden a uniquely powerful and deadly technique from the android. Above Zero's head was a massive spinning disk that overshadowed the entire planet. As it started blocking out the sun, Krillin transferred all of his ki into a single attack, making the strain of the Kyozenkin less straining in the process. The bald one wasn't joking about making this a quick match as he unleashed a Kyozenkin times 1000 and sent all the energy into the supermassive Destructo disc. With just enough energy left to control the attack, Krillin smiled as he said, "This is going to hurt a lot. If you die, I promise to revive you with the Dragon Balls." Zero sweated as he let out a gulp. "I'm glad your cells are running through my veins, Earth's mightiest human." Krillin blushed a little and said, "Aw, shucks, you're going to make me feel guilty about unleashing this attack on you. Fear not, Krillin, for I am one of the few beings capable of surviving this. But I can easily dodge this attack, so please don't hold back on my account." Zero shot back. "Krillin is amazing," Vegeta complimented Krillin, surprising everyone around him. "He managed to create a technique that allows him perfect mastery over increasing his strength. Just what did you learn at the Orion Temple?" Vegeta commented with a pondering expression. Goku agreed. "Yeah, it is as powerful as our mastered Super Saiyan 3 forms, but he has to expel all that K instead of putting it to good use. That's not what's truly impressive. Tell me, Goku, can you sense his attack?" Vegeta pointed to the disc in the sky. Goku tried hard, but no matter how much he attempted to sense Krillin's ki, Goku failed. Vegeta smiled. Not only has he hidden his ki, but he also used up all his strength to avoid exploding from the Kyozenkin's backlash. If Krillin attempted to force the energy to stay inside his body, then, well, you know better than I do, Kakarot. Goku's eyes widened. Man, that's crazy. One misstep, and kaboom. It's all over. No more body. Lazuli's eyes widened in worry. The technique is that dangerous. Vegeta nodded his head. If I had to put it into simpler terms, then I would say that it's similar to walking on a very thin and eroded wire over a volcano. Oh, and that volcano is in the middle of exploding. Lapis let out a whistle. That's simpler terms. Little man is braver than I thought. Don't call him that, Lazuli said, frowning. Lapis froze. Oh, man, you really fell for the guy, didn't ya, sis? Lazuli stared at him in anger. Shut it. Those two words alone sent shivers down her brother's spine. Sheesh touchy, super destructor disc, Krillin shouted as he threw his hand down towards Zero. Flying up towards the attack, Zero sought to destroy the technique before it ever touched him. However, the moment the android closed in on the disc, Krillin shouted, "Swarm!" The giant destructor disc broke apart into millions of tiny and sharp fragments and charged towards Zero like a tidal wave. Zero went from calm to panicked in a snap. In response to the oncoming threat, the android quickly placed up his most stalwart shield before reinforcing it several times over. "Aggies!" Zero shouted as his body was surrounded by an incredibly dense sphere of Devil God Chi and Saiyan God Chi. Bracing himself for imminent peril, Zero paused for a second and wondered if this was going to be it for him. As he was engulfed by the storm of razor-sharp rotating ki discs, Zero's entire figure was overrun and completely blotted out from sight. All that could be seen was a flock of glimmering rotating ki discs resembling a flock of moving insects. From far away, Krillin's attack looked crescent-shaped wave that was cutting a path through the entire planet. Goku's jaw dropped at the sharpness of Krillin's ki. He then shivered, thinking of what it would do to him in Zero's place. Everyone felt the world shift beneath them as saw that the ground lifted up and formed new half-smooth-cut mountains formed as a massive fissure cracked all across the planet's surface. Everyone felt they were sinking while the other half was rising. It was at that moment Everyone noticed that Krillin had severed Mars too. It took only moments for the planet to heal itself, only with a bit more material and some different landscapes. Vegeta grinned. I don't think I could take that attack at all. Its sharpness and the fact I can't sense it coming far surpasses what I thought Krillin capable of. Do you think Zero is dead? Lazuli asked. No, I can sense his ki, so I know he's still alive. But he must be hurting, Goku commented. As the smoke and dust cleared, Krillin saw Zero's most powerful barriers effectively torn to shreds. It was littered holes as massive gashes. Zero's body condition was in a similar state as his Aegis technique. It looked like he was put inside a blender and forced to go a few dozen rotations. Lacerations and deep grooves were carved into his flesh, his neck was hanging on by a thread, and several of his body parts were missing too. Like a river, a constant stream of blood gushed out from the android's body, making all the Z fighters look at Krillin and gulp in fear. Vegeta let out a cough to break the tension. Ahem, if this was anybody other than Zero, it would be an instant disqualification for the offender. Zero coughed up a mouthful of blood in response to Vegeta's announcement. He then stared over at Krillin and felt a deep sense of fear that was etched into his being. Without wasting any more time, Zero shouted in pain as he regrew his lost limbs and repaired the damage to his body. Not without a cost, though. Zero's power had taken a huge and dramatic nosedive. Krillin sighed and said, I lose. Zero was panting and staring at him like he was a monster. Krillin didn't have the sheer power or the physique of a Saiyan. He had to use his wits and create techniques to keep up with their insane progress. Vegeta clapped his hands. Well done. Well done indeed. Everyone else started to cheer. Krillin blushed as he pulled out a senzu bean and recovered his strength by eating it. Thanks, guys. That was awesome, Goku shouted as he flew over to his best friend. That technique was crazy cool, Uncle Krillin. The two Saiyan children laughed as they ran up to him. I never knew Ki could become so sharp, Gohan said, as he joined the crowd. Very good, Krillin. Tane nodded his head. Krillin enjoyed the moment when he saw Lazuli occasionally glancing at him. He then performed a mental fist pump as he saw her blush a bit. Vegeta then looked to Gohan. You're up, runt. Gohan rolled his eyes and said, Thanks, Vegeta. Goku placed his hand on his chin as if he were thinking of something important. Wait a minute. Goku shouted while reaching for something in his pocket. Zero, eat this. Goku threw Zero a senzu bean. You're running on fumes. Zero quickly placed his hand out and caught the bean. He stared at it for a few seconds before he started sniffing it. Tossing the object inside his mouth, he gave Goku his thanks and began chewing it up. Zero was very intrigued by the mythical healing effects of the senzu beans. The bean's medicinal properties gave him quite the surprise as it spread throughout his entire body. The android's wounds instantly recovered and his body inflated for a second. After he healed, it was clear to everyone that could sense him that Zero's base form experienced a dramatic increase in power. It caused Zero's ego to soar quite a bit as well. Seeing the look of utter confidence on the android's face, the whole situation rubbed Gohan's fur the wrong way. He frowned at Zero and gripped his fists while saying, Underestimate me because I'm a kid, and you'll die. Gohan powered up to true Super Saiyan God Blue. His energy surged out of his body and formed into a massive pillar of God Ki that stretched out into space. Goku's eyes sparkled as he sensed his own son's ki. Wow, Gohan sure has been training hard. His ki is incredible. Vegeta nodded his head as he said, and he still hasn't tapped into his true potential. Zero looked at Gohan in surprise. I'm impressed. This will be a good fight. Come, Gohan, show me the might of a true Super Saiyan god. Gohan disappeared from Zero's sight in a flash of incredible speed. Reacting as quickly as he could, Zero raised his arm to defend. Gohan feinted and stopped his spin midway and spun the opposite, landing a direct spinning heel kick to the android's face. Zero grunted as he smashed into the ground and sent large chunks of earth flying in every direction. Shooting out of the crater, Zero flew towards Gohan with arms pitched back. As the two started to throw hundreds of punches and kicks at each other, countless shockwaves appeared across the Martian sky while they blinked in and out of sight. As Zero flew back from one of Gohan's kicks, the android pointed his index finger towards the teen and gathered an immense amount of energy within his fingertips. Using expert accuracy, Zero began to eject hundreds of death beams at his target. Gohan flew through the bombardment of death beams, blinking in and out of sight as he dodged every laser that came across his path. He then broke through Zero's defenses and started to exchange blows once more. Zero punched out at the rapidly approaching Gohan, only to see him dodge past it by the skin on his cheek. The teen Saiyan then punched out to hit to the bottom of his chin. The force from Gohan's fist sent out a massive shockwave that rocked the universe. As Zero flew back, Gohan chased after and hit him in the stomach with a falling double stomp kick to the gut. "I told you not to underestimate me," Gohan said as his feet sank into Zero's abdomen. Zero's eyes bulged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gohan's foot pressed against his stomach and sent him flying to the ground. Zero managed to stand back up and look down to check the damage, when all of a sudden, Gohan appeared in front of him while saying, "Bad move."